And we want to add our voice in calling on all South Africans to get vaccinated in their own interest and in the interests of the public at large. Our program today is more focusing on the academic side of things in terms of the unrest and how the academics view this to assist us in getting a clearer perspective. But maybe I will just give over to the evidence leaders to indicate who our witnesses will be today, to give the media also a better perspective in that regard. And maybe you can also indicate about tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greeting to the commissioners and to everybody in attendance. Yes, Commissioner, you are correct. You will note that at point 3.1.4 of our terms of reference, one of the issues we're investigating is the extent to which and the role played by social, economic, spatial, and political factors. And as such, I think that in order to make sure that we execute a holistic investigation, the evidence team is of the opinion that, was of the opinion, and hence we're executing it, that we'll bring somebody from a social justice movement, somebody from the activist community. Later on in the week, we'll have security and spatial expert, and later on today, we'll also have a scholar from academia. And we believe that that will serve as a rich resource for getting to some of the dimensions of our terms of reference and of our investigation. Today this morning we'll be hearing from two witnesses. We'll be hearing from Mr. Sbu Sigode, who's here already and has taken the witness seat. And we'll also be hearing from Professor Zulu, who is an expert in sociology and political science. He will be joining us after the first witness. We are waiting just one confirmation from journalists who have worked on the ground during the unrest. There has been a lot of development regarding COVID-19 and new strains and so forth. So news departments have been a little bit strained, but we are hoping to get confirmation during the proceedings this morning, in which case we will hear them after lunch. And if not, then we will only hear two witnesses today. And then tomorrow will be the continuation of testimony from the police, starting with the National Commissioner of Police, who will join us via Teams, as he's still in Turkey, followed by the Commissioner of Police for KwaZulu-Natal, who will be here in person. That testimony is expected to take some great deal of time, and so both of them have been scheduled for the whole day, one after the other, for Monday. And then I think tomorrow the evidence leaders will then also acclimatize the panel, the media, and other interested party on how the rest of the week will unfold in terms of witnesses.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Sbu Sigode is from the Abashlali Basim John Tolo Shack Dwellers movement. Mr. Sigode, welcome here this morning. Thank you very much for coming. You can take off your mask, yes, and just like to know from you then, are you willing to take the oath or affirm the truth of your evidence?
Yes, I do.
You are willing to take the oath?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Do you regard the oath as binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Just lift your right hand again and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much. Over to you, evidence leaders.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Mr. Sigode. Perhaps we can start with you stating your name for us, and then just speaking a little bit to the organization you represent and where you sit in the structure. Just as a precursor, we know that the public is streaming and other people are also watching, so we are going to be asking that you just place in context for people who may not be aware, in giving us answers, just be aware of those dimensions. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Sbu Sigode. I am the founding and also the elected president of the Shack Dwellers movement, Abahlali Basemjondolo, which is really a movement that was formed 16 years ago in the shanty towns of Kennedy Road here in Durban. The movement was formed to fight for, protect, promote, and advance the interest and the dignity of the shack dwellers and the poor in South Africa. I'm sure South Africans will remember that if you are black and poor here in South Africa, you are not respected, you are not taken seriously, you are treated as if you are beneath the law. These are some of the reasons why the shack dwellers movement had to begin in Durban in order to really improve the living conditions of the shack dwellers and the poor. And our vision is basically to struggle for an equal and a just society based on respect and dignity. We would want to see all humankind being treated with respect and dignity. That is what we are going to want to see when we think all is complete.
And so what is typically your focus areas as a movement? You refer to the shack dwellers movement. So do you focus only on land and housing, or what are the broader social issues?
Abahlali focuses on land. We work with communities who are mostly landless, who are mostly marginalized. We focus on decent housing, and it is our duty to bring the government to the people and also mobilize people to work close with government. Thirdly, we also focus on making sure that the poor and the marginalized are also treated with respect and dignity. So the question of dignity becomes central in making sure that all humanity gets the respect that they deserve as human beings.
And where in KZN in particular, are you national? And where in particular in KZN are your footprints?
Abahlali works in 5 provinces in KwaZulu-Natal, the Eastern Cape, Mpumalanga Province, Gauteng, and the Eastern Cape. So our biggest membership, because we are a membership-based organization, we are based here in KwaZulu-Natal. That's where the larger part of our membership is based. And our head offices are here in Durban CBD.
And we have caught news reports of litigation that you have been a part of. Could you maybe speak to one of such cases, perhaps one that marked a milestone in the movement's growth? And then maybe in speaking with that, perhaps highlight some of the challenges that are faced, not just by your members, but in trying to get redress on their behalf.
Well, Abahlali has been engaged with a number of court cases ranging from evictions to criminalization of activists, but one particular one that has had a far-reaching impact in as far as the landlessness, evictions, and human rights are concerned in South Africa. It was the then KwaZulu-Natal Elimination and Eradication of Slums Act. The act was challenged by Abahlali Basemjondolo for a number of grounds. We took the matter to Durban High Court, where we could not succeed, and because we were confident that it needed to be struck, and the matter went all the way to the Constitutional Court in Braamfontein, where the Slums Act was found to have been inconsistent with the Constitution and invalid. Otherwise, if the Act was allowed to proceed, it would have been a violation of human rights. Basically, it would have criminalized poverty, evictions would be opened, many poor families would have been rendered homeless, because it was basically trying to legitimize evictions, but also saying that people can live in the transit camps as an alternative, as an adequate alternative accommodation. And we said, Amatini, the transit camps are not human habitable, and therefore the Slums Act was not in any way helping the people of South Africa.
Sir, we will move shortly to the context of the unrest, but to just get even a more clearer picture, how do typically members who are struggling with a particular, do you represent members who are part of the organization, and how do the ordinary public who are having the kind of issues you deal with, how do you come to their aid, and what are the communication lines?
Well, Abahlali baseMjondolo is a membership-based organization. We are not claiming to be representing everyone who lives in the informal settlement. Only those who accept the principles, the constitution, and all the values that Abahlali subscribe to. So basically, we are a membership-based organization. However, the work that we do also impacts so much to all the shack dwellers in general, so it doesn't necessarily mean that you've got to be our members, but we are very clear that we are a membership-based organization. And our membership has just exceeded 100,000, which has made Abahlali to become the biggest social movement to have emerged in post-apartheid South Africa.
Thank you for that. And we do know there is a statement in front of you. I'm going to get to the specifics in a short while. But before we get to that, perhaps you can just give us a substantive enough overview of how the unrest has affected both your members and the work that you do in general.
First of all, the unrest has brought shame to us, especially those of us who have deep love for our country, for the world, and for the humanity. And we were ashamed to have witnessed, to have been part of the country that has seen such acts that we have never seen in the past. So Abahlali have always warned that the anger of the poor can go in many directions. This is what we have always warned South Africa, the state, and public in general, that it cannot be business as usual, that people can live in deep poverty, that I have seen, that I have witnessed in many shack settlements in this country, particularly in Durban. Just to make one particular example, which really forced me to stand up and say, I cannot find peace, the inner peace, if I were to be part of a community that has to witness such pains that people have to live with. Back in 2005, in the Kennedy Road informal settlement here in Durban, where I also had a home, a place I called home, there was a small baby, about 6 months, his name was Mhlengi Khumalo. So Mhlengi Khumalo was just sleeping with his mom in his shack in Kennedy Road. And for those who do not know Kennedy Road is one of the biggest shack settlements here in Durban, in the hills of the Clery State. It is situated along the biggest dump in the city. It's called the Bisasa landfill site. So you can imagine there are big rats that would migrate across the settlement, but also there's a gas, a methane gas that migrates underneath the ground in Kennedy Road. As a result, there'll be a lot of shack fires because of the methane gas. But what happened to Mhlengi Khumalo as he was lying down with his mom in a broad daylight, and the mommy was just walked out of the shack within a couple of minutes, I guess less than 5 minutes, when the mom comes back, Mhlengi Khumalo was bleeding on his head. He was bleeding, and his mom saw a big rat running, only to find that the baby was sucked his brain by the rat, and the baby passed on. It was a big issue here in Durban. We did publicize it. It was known as in public records. The media is aware of. Mhlengi Khumalo was beaten to death by a rat in Kennedy Road. Now, such incidents, left me with no peace. And the last incident to mention, because there's often shack fires, you would know how the shack settlements are closely built together, with hardly any road access, with no refuse collection, with no electricity. As a result, people use candles as a source of light. They use paraffin stoves, which often explode. So one day, as it often happens, I mean, even last week there was a shack fire in Kennedy Road. It's business as usual, 27 years down of our democracy. So people have died in these shack fires, and because it's usual, because I was still new in Kennedy at the time, so after the community was trying to put off the fire, suddenly there was this big burst. And I thought maybe it's a gas, maybe off a fridge, because there was this huge noise bursting. And people said, no, hang on, you must be new here. This must be the bursting of the head of Mama Kuzwayo, who was actually amputated, who was burnt into ashes. So when her brain was exploded in the shack fire, that was the kind of noise. And I began to feel a trauma that people get burned, and it's normal, it's acceptable in this country. And from there, I did not find peace. All of these incidents resulted in the formation of Abahlali, because we realized that we're basically on our own. Now, back to what happens in July in terms of how we sort of understand the reality. First of all, there are 5 points that we think as Abahlali in terms of the conversation that we have, what we think has been the cause of the riot in terms of our own understanding. First one being the terrible conditions under which ordinary, mainly black people are subjected to each second, each minute, each hour, each week, each month, each year. For too long, poor people have been living in terrible conditions with hardly any access to water and sanitation. No refuse collection, no electricity, you name. So the above has resulted into xenophobia, into ethnicity, nationality. As I said earlier on, that the anger of the poor can go in many directions. It manifests itself into a number of directions. But the second point that we think contributed to what we've seen in July is that the poor in this country are ruled with violence. We are taught violence. Poor people are ruled with violence, and we are taught violence. For instance, in many evictions in this city, in the city of Cape Town, in the city of Johannesburg, in Ekurhuleni, the only language that we are taught, that we are engaged with by our state, and sometimes the general public and some sectors of our society, we are engaged with violence. For instance, when the law enforcement, whether in the city of Cape Town or the land invasion unit here in Durban or the Red Ants in Johannesburg, the only language that gets used to engage with us is violence. They will send these military security guards, known as the law enforcement, to evict people at gunpoint often, without court orders, without regards for all the national legislation that the Constitution provides. So evictions are violent, often at a gunpoint, and sometimes in full violation of court orders. Abahlali have secured a number of court orders that didn't mean anything to the municipalities like eThekwini. So they have acted in full violation of the law. They have been law unto themselves. They will tell us, who the hell are you that you can tell us what to do? We are in charge. That's the extent of violence and level of arrogance that we have witnessed in the state. So people are ruled with violence. The reference is as clear in KwaZulu-Natal, the political killing. We've seen politicians being killed, leading up to the local government elections. But Abahlali, our movement, have lost 18 activists in the space of 10 years, between 2009 and 2018. The last one passed on in July this year. The people that have been killed, these are our leaders, these are our activists, these are mothers. So it's normal. So the point I'm trying to make, level of violence is normal, and it's not surprising that today the country is grappling with this, with the gender-based violence, because it is normal, it's what we are taught, it's what we are engaged with.
Will I be disturbing your train of thought if I just ask some question relating to point 1 and 2? You mentioned 5 points. Yeah, before I go to them, maybe you could just take us into confidence about, you spoke about the 100,000 membership strong organization. What are the mechanisms that go into taking a stance on any political issue? So if you take a stance, for instance, on the unrest, or you are taking a stance on eviction, obviously we are focused on the unrest here, but you take a stance on eviction, what goes into the decision-making around your political orientation as an organization, and what stance you take?
Because we are a membership-based organizations and our leaders are elected by our branches, constituencies, and communities. So each community would have what we call local council. So we've got, wherever we exist, wherever we have membership, we'll have leaders and coordinators. And then we meet at a national level on a monthly basis, and then there are also provincial council meetings. And then we have what we call general assemblies every month, where our members, these general assemblies are open to all our members, and you can also invite anyone who is not necessarily our members. So these discussions, series of discussions do take place, so we actually have sufficient platforms of engaging, and we've got different structures also within. We have also the Women's League, also to make sure that the rights of women are taken seriously within the movement. And we have the Youth League as well. So I'm saying these different structures meet on monthly basis because there are different meetings. So we had a series of discussions about what happened. A very interesting and concrete conversation, what people told us, how they felt about whether participating or not participating in the food riot that actually took place. Because of our regular popular education, because Abahlali, a lot of public would understand Abahlali when we are engaging to protest outside, but very few understand that Abahlali also do a lot of intellectual work and discussions inside, where really you can confirm that poor people can think as well. So these discussions have taken place where we have reached a conclusion that these particular 5 points, and of course we've made some also recommendation what we think could assist this country moving forward. So this is not just my personal view. There has been a series of discussions within the organizations to come up to the conclusion that we have in terms of our view.
Yeah, certainly. Even the statement is actually published under the name of the movement itself.
Absolutely, after a series of discussions.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then when you mentioned point 1 about ordinary black people don't have water and sanitation, and that the anger of the poor could go in many directions. So maybe you can assist this, our investigations, because in our research and in some of the testimony we've heard, there seemed to be an emerging perspective that at least some part of the unrest was organized. How do we make sense of that tension between, I think that you're coming quite strong on what it is that might have led, say, poor communities and their involvement and role, but what do we do with information coming up that there may very well have been an orchestrated dimension, not only that the whole thing was orchestrated, that there may have been orchestrated dimensions, either at the center of it or so forth. How should we deal with those tensions?
Well, there's a truth in that such anger has just been waiting for, when we are sitting on the ticking time bomb. So it was just waiting for a one to light, to spark a light for this uprising to actually start. So the ground was fertile enough and waiting for somebody or a leader that is legitimate, that have some kind of respect to people. So it is correct that The arrest, of course, of the former president has given rise and have made the already fertile ground ready for these, food riots, to mention. We also agree with the view that this riot was also planned at a very high political level. And given to what we have done when we've seen this, for instance, I tried myself to contact the premier of this province, who would not answer my call, who would not even answer my WhatsApp. And I had to do that because of the circulating, there were media text messages that were circulating on the social media. And there was one particular one amongst the conversation that was held by the ruling African National Congress. There was one that says, we now know the home of the Deputy Chief Justice, and it's now time to attack. And I felt that my conscience would not be clean if I were to keep quiet with that, knowing very well that there's already been so much damage on the property, but there is now a specific target to the home of the Deputy Chief Justice was chairing the Zondi Commission. Then I knew it was serious. It was for that reason why I took a privilege to call the Premier. I have never had such contact or conversation with the Premier, but I thought I was reminded of the duty that I have, duty to God, duty to my country, that I would be failing South Africa. I would be failing the life of the Deputy Chief Justice and others whose lives were also at risk. It was not just the property that was targeted. So, to my surprise, as always, the Premier wouldn't answer my call, wouldn't answer my WhatsApp. And the messages that I had were very sensitive that I could share with anybody, even with the police, because at that time it was clear that the police have taken a very clear stance of rather colluding with what was happening. So the only person I thought I could trust at least was the Premier of the province, because I thought he had taken an oath somehow. And one of that, to uphold the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. And I thought, as a citizen, I have a duty as well to assist, give the necessary information for the authorities to act, only to find that there was a leadership vacuum. Nobody existed for anything. Nobody wanted to take any responsibility of anything that was happening.
Yeah, there is a question later on in a conversation that specifically will want some specific commentary on the government's. Oh, sorry. I was just saying that later on there will be a question that requests just a substantive response to the question of the government's handling of the unrest in particular, so we'll definitely get there. But I perhaps wanted to ask also about this. Why do you think it was planned at a high scale? Is there anything in particular about the way that the unrest unfolded that you think justifies a reasonable presumption that it was indeed, there was a planned aspect to it?
Oh, yes, no, absolutely. Fortunately, we live in the community. We speak to the people. We speak to ordinary people, whether people who belong to political parties, and we also know what is happening within the ruling party. And we are aware of the factions within the ruling party. Some of our members, obviously, are members of these political parties. So that's how we get information, because there's no abstract about it. It is happening in our communities, right on our faces. We were aware that, of course, I think mostly many South Africans would concur that there were threats already that should the former president be arrested, the country would be ungovernable. Almost everybody knew about that. So, but also, what made us to really think this was really planned at a higher level was this didn't take as a surprise. It took step by step, from the expulsion of the mayor here in eThekwini, whom our understanding is that she has had a very close tie with the former president, that's when things began to go wrong with the forces of one faction of the mayor who's aligned to the former president, needed to, one way or the other, stand in solidarity with the president, the former president. Now, if they were to be successful in defending the president not to go to jail, the first thing they should be doing is to make sure that his key people, like the former mayor here, does not lose power, the positions within the ruling party, within the city. Now, the fact that that faction of the ruling party failed and the mayor found herself expelled, from the mayoral positions, that meant that then it would be, the former president would be vulnerable, because it means his allies are no longer strong. So we've been reading things through that political perspective, what is happening within the ruling party, and some of them who are our members who know exactly what is happening. So we could also, of course, read from the text messages that we have. There were people who were saying, comrade, let us not use the regalia of the party, of the African National Congress, because we will be easily identified. And it was clear that it's a faction of the ANC that is not just angry about the arrest of the former president, but what was unfolding within the party, which also involved people at the, at the regional levels, like in the case of the mayor, for instance.
Okay. And I'm still on this point one that you spoke with of ordinary black people, lack of water, sanitation, and poverty as being kind of like, I don't know, a ticking time bomb is the expression you used. So we are very careful, obviously, because we are still investigating, right? So it will be difficult to have a diagnosis before we have heard all of the evidence. But is there a reason why, even when you, perhaps when you focus on the poor and the neglect by government, what is, was there any thought into like using words like looting and rioting? Because we've been careful not to use those words, right? Because we wanted to think about, I mean, if we accept that sociological issues of injustice and poverty are behind that, then it might require that a new language be formulated to make sense of it. Or do you think, yeah, I just wanted some commentary on the use of the words looting and riots, destruction.
Yeah, there has been a number of debates, of course, about how we frame, how we term what was happening. And we reach a stage, of course, there are elements of criminality. I think we all agree with that. But there was a point where we decided to call this as a food riot, because at the same time, we didn't want to be so quickly judgmental and criminalize poverty that already existed, that already was created. We thought it was a riot as a political act rather than it's being seen as a criminal act. Why a political act? Because for too long, I think it is known that people are poor. The inequalities, the levels of poverty that exist in this country, and the failure of the state to create jobs or create conducive environment for the private sector to do so, whatever one thinks how jobs are created. But we feel that the government hasn't really done enough to make sure that they deal with poverty, that there's employment and so on. Now, this is not to justify that looting, whatever you call it, was okay, but we are saying, we have been saying that it is not correct, it is not only just criminal, but it is immoral for people not to have land, not to have food, I think the country has to take responsibility. It cannot be normal. It cannot be business as usual. People would have found other ways, even if there wasn't a Zuma moment of this nature. But this was going to come. We were seeing it coming in many ways. Also through the level of anger. We've seen with anger against migrant communities through xenophobia, the minority groups, your LGBTIQ+ communities, having been under constant attacks. The level of hate and anger that we believe is being created when people are denied access to jobs, access to better opportunity, even the right to the city, as we are just fighting for a simple right to the city.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for that. I mean, these questions are difficult, but we are leaning on you as we, are reckoning with it ourselves as the investigation unfolds. But how do you think, given the intellectual wealth of the movement and experience, how do we balance both the issue, say, of destruction of property, of looting, of stealing of goods, while at the same time trying to also make sense of the socio-economic issue that you mentioned that actually drive that? So obviously our mandate is very broad as a Human Rights Commission. There are those who come to us saying, my property has been looted, or I'm a foreign national and I was also the target of this. At the same time, we have to understand the socio-economic dynamics that sometimes give rise to food riots, as your organization has opted to call them. How should we, as investigators, make sense of those, I don't know if it's tension more than contradiction?
Well, these contradictions are created. There are very smart people here and around the country who pretend that they do not know what is happening, who pretend not knowing what justice is about. It cannot be business as usual that you have the inequalities that exist in this country. The fact that you are living comfortable and your neighbor is as poor as what? And you think that is normal. It can be business as normal. So the fact that we accept that as normal, that on its own shows that there's something seriously wrong with us. Now, to make sense of that, and of course to kind of find balance, again, we sort of pretend as if we do not know. The level of greed, the level of corruption in states and in some sectors of a society, of course, are contributing to this. But the short answer would be, it cannot be fair, it cannot be just for a country like South Africa with the highest inequalities around the world to treat that as normal. You have somebody that is thinking rich. You have somebody that doesn't know where the next plate of food will come from. Now, so I just want to blame the greed, and where does it come from? Now, as long as we put profits and private property ahead of human needs, leads us to where we are. Our principle as Abahlali, and what we've always been saying, is that as long as we put commercial value of land or property before its social value, it has contributed to the situation where we are. I am glad that after we've put out the statements, there were a couple of conscious business people who came and confessed that we weren't aware what our wealth does. We've been so ignorant, not that there was some intentionally, but we didn't know the extent of our behavior, our action, that it can lead to where we are. Because suddenly what that means, it means you have this great wealth and you are not going to enjoy it as long as there's poverty on your doorsteps. As much as the hungry person is not at peace, is at war with himself because of poverty. You as the rich person who is not conscious, who's not willing to share, you cannot be at peace and you cannot therefore enjoy your wealth. So I guess the balance is to say, of course, we are not saying it's wrong to have money, to be rich, to live a comfortable life, but it cannot be uhuru until we cannot be free until our neighbors and everybody else is free. So the message is South Africans must learn to share. You don't have to be rich to share. We were brought up with Ubuntu. How can you enjoy your kids having 7 pair of shoes, school shoes, when your neighbor's child does not have shoe and you are at peace with yourself? So we must restore our own African Ubuntu. Solidarity within and between communities have to be forged.
Would you agree with the characterization of all of those horrific inequalities as themselves a form of violence?
Say that again.
Would you agree with the characterization of the inequalities that our country faces as themselves a form of violence?
Absolutely. Greed is a form of violence. Wealth in the midst of so much poverty is in itself a form of violence. Silence and ignorance to poverty in itself is a form of violence.
And you stated earlier that you do not obviously support criminality and would never encourage such a thing. So maybe this leads me to the second point that you made about black people or vulnerable poor people being ruled by violence. Has the organization thought about alternatives of how one both protects property, how one peacekeeps unrest, without resorting, say, to the kind of, to what the state decree tells us is effective means, such as policing or the bringing in of the defense and so forth? How do we balance that?
We have our education systems and other means in the form of izimbizo. And of course, in organizations like Abahlali, we have what we call popular education. And this is what we do as Abahlali. We do not wait for people to be angry before we can act. We do not wait for people to resort into violence before we can say violence is wrong. So when we reach out to communities to present about ubuhlali, we make it clear from the onset what we stand for. The values of Ubuntu. Before we can talk about the living conditions, the challenges that people face, we begin by defining ourselves, that a human being should be defined in relation to others. Now, no human being is complete in isolation to others. That's where comes the spirit of Ubuntu. I think we need to take that much more seriously. We should not wait for crises such as what we experienced to come. I think it should be norm that we begin to raise our children with such values of Ubuntu. I'm not too sure how often do we do that in our organizations, also in our families. It's not enough that I do that with my own kids at home. And after an hour, those kids are part of a broader communities who do not teach the same values. So I guess the message that I'm saying that we need to be proactive. Let us not wait for crisis to take place before we can have such conversation. We know what inequality and injustices do. And we know that now the anger of the people who are not satisfied with whatever would lead to some of these things. Now, the difficulty that we have experienced with Abahlali has been to teach non-violence in the face of a violent. I will make an example in Mayville, here in Katomena. There's a settlement called Enkanini, Cattle Crest, and Ekenana. We are saying we should reflect the very same values of a kind of a society that we want to see in our day-to-day action. Now, how do we do that when there's so much violence in us? I have come up, I have seen a situation where the city of eThekwini would destroy shacks more than 40 times without a court order. They are law unto themselves because they are governing, and therefore it is acceptable that they can violate laws. Now, it's been extremely difficult for the leadership of Abahlali to say, behave non-violently. We don't want to create barbaric behavior. Because if we encourage this now as an organization, it's the very same kind of future we will be doing. So we are saying to Abahlali, act within the ambits of the law, but also peaceful. And therefore, the question was, how do we balance the fact that we are expected to behave with these values that were being taught in Abahlali in a non-violent manner in an environment and the state that is so violent to us? That has been a difficult question. How do you teach non-violent in a violent community, society? That has been, hence we've been encouraging and we are calling that there has to be a serious conversation across cities, a serious conversation about.
I'm actually, sorry to interrupt, I'm actually going to get to that as our final question to reflect about ways forward with reference to the statement by Abahlali. But perhaps my question was, this investigation is also concerned with accountability. We will be continuing with testimony from the police. We have heard from victims who were victims of police brutality and so forth. But the issue we are struggling with particularly, and I agree with you, I think there are foundational values, and I think our last question will hit at that more directly. But the question really is about the presence of violence during the actual active unrest, right? What are alternatives to intervene in that, particularly in the context of an organization that's protecting the poor, protecting the vulnerable, who are at a disadvantage in terms of their relationship with the state and so forth. But what could serve as effective mechanisms during protests, during unrest of this nature, from your perspective with the poor as the central concern? Is there alternatives we should use? Is there perhaps, some people spoke about the outlawing of rubber bullets. What has the organization thought around actual active policing during,
I think it's important that we invest much more on social dialogue rather than militarizing and wanting to spend billions of rand buying arms and these highly armed vehicles that get used during the violence. So yes, we must invest more on social dialogue. But also it is important that we have accountable leaders that love their country, love their people, that engages with their communities. If you command respect and you call yourself a leader and you have a constituency, but that constituency, you have no respect over that constituency. At that time, we were expecting leadership to rise, to call for law and order. Not the police, not the army, the leadership. Now, in our case, I took liberty to make a video, at least to Abahlali constituency, whom I know would respect. They wanted to hear from the leadership. Is this okay? Because we see some highly respected people also, looting. The police are there. Why must we not do when we see such people who are driving fancy cars and so on? I know at the end that the blame was, the nation was told that only poor shack dwellers were looting. But we've seen, fancy cars and so on doing. So I'm saying at that point, we were expecting leadership to step up, command respect. Leadership is about bringing guidance, providing leadership at crucial times such as that one. We've never seen leadership. There was a leadership vacuum, which then made people to think that it is okay. Now, the biggest problem in South Africa, in as far as your question is concerned, is that whenever there's a problem, instead of leadership stepping up, they step back and then they send the police, they send the military. And there's no engagement at that point other than confrontation and also making the problem worse. So for instance, when we have grievances, which do not just go straight to the road, there would have been much efforts to try and engage, but at the point where people go out into street to protest, in most cases, leadership don't show up. Then they send the police. And I find that very problematic because by protesting, people really want to engage, they wanted to say something. How they begin to say this in the face of the military? How they begin to talk about their service delivery issues, for instance, to the police who have nothing to do with leadership and capacity to provide this leadership. So at that point, it's where we have leadership failure. So we were expecting at that time people like myself, people like the premier, the mayors, to step up and call for their constituencies. You may not have influence around South Africa, but you have a particular constituency that you are accountable and you are expected to provide some guidance and leadership. We did not see that.
No, thank you for that. Yeah, I think those are substantive directions. I just have two more questions before handing over to my colleague. And one of them is just about the concern of the voice of the poor often being drowned out in national conversations, particularly when, answers are required from all corners of society. What, in your view, has been the biggest blind spot from the perspective of an organization that represents poor people? What has been the one thing that you feel has not come to the surface to give expression to what might be coming from the constituency you represent?
Well, it's a simple answer that many people in many sectors of our society do not recognize that the poor, particularly the black, can think for themselves. People don't want to accept that poor people can think. They can be as reasonable as you are. They have intelligence as many people. That's the first thing. Poor people are taken for a ride. They are taken for granted, as if they have no brain. Often people want to think for us. They want to talk for us. They want to represent us. And they want to speak and conclude on our behalf. And we have fought so many times about this when people, especially the intellectuals, they have assumed that they are the vanguard of our own revolution. In other words, they think it's their job to think for us, represent us, and decide for us. And that is very problematic when you think that some people do not have the same intelligence as you are. And therefore, people are treated as if they are beneath the law. They are treated with disrespect. Each time politicians approach any informal settlement, they go there to lie because poor people are treated as children, as if they have no brain. Each time they engage us with lies. Why? Because they think we have no brain. They think our intelligence is that of a child's intelligence. The level of lies to those who hold power, who think politics is about lying, successfully lying, because the public has agreed to that norm. That is why today corruption is normal. They tell us in our own faces that we are there in the city council, in the legislature, to eat for you and we eat on your behalf. We are in this mess because they are messiahs who think the challenges that are facing this city, this country, is their own challenges. And therefore, the public in general have no answers to the challenges. We can just follow. The moment they recognize that the fact that you are elected into a position of power today, it doesn't mean that you are smarter, clever than anyone else. In fact, your wisdom should be determined by how much do you listen to the electorate, to the very same people that puts you into the positions of power. If they are able to put you there, it means they have an ability to take you down.
No, definitely. Thank you for that. I know I promised you a question that would afford you an opportunity to speak to what needs to change, but I think my colleague will inherit that since he's going to come after me. So my last question is this, and I think it's appropriate for an organization that represents the vulnerable. There's, amongst all the statistics about the amount of billions of loss to the economy and destruction to property, which is an important dimension for investigation. There's also the impact of the human impact, right? People who have died or those who are still going to face prosecution and so forth. How is your organization dealing, A, with the human impact, particularly as it relates to the death number that we still have not really settled on how many people died, but we know it's in the hundreds, and then just the aftermath of not so much rebuilding the community, that will come from my colleague, but more like prosecutions or people who will be, stigmatized or face even tougher realities after the unrest.
Our deepest condolences to those who lost their lives during this time. Imphefumulo yethu, inhliziyo nemoya yethu ayibe nabo baphumule ngokuthula. Now the problem becomes when we value property over human needs, and we have a serious problem as abahlali where the property value becomes more urgent and important than human life. I think what we've learned from the Phoenix situation is very clear that almost our society is taught that you will have to do whatever it takes to protect property when human lives are in danger. That's less important compared to what you would have to do to protect property. And again, as I said earlier on, when we put commercial value and property value ahead of social and human needs and value, it has brought us to where we are. Now, we have seen how, even today, most of the people who are, with an exception of the Phoenix associated issue, people are more worried and concerned about the destruction of property. Of course, I'm not saying that that is not important. Losing billions of rands, it's not a Mickey Mouse. But how many are really, concerned about their lives, the socio-economic conditions under which people have to live? I mean, if you were to put aside the question of the Phoenix, killing, people don't think it was necessary then that angry and hungry people needed to do something in order to survive. They are concerned, obviously, about the economy and the property destruction over the human needs. When people were blockading roads in the suburbs, it was not they were not really doing that to protect lives. They were just doing that to protect their property. That's easy, property. So the value of property in South Africa or in any capitalist state matters, and this is what we've witnessed. I think we have a serious problem with that. Destruction of property versus human catastrophe.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm going to hand over to Advocate Lotz to just ask a couple of questions from his side, but thank you so much.
Yes, no, thank you very much, Mr. Zigote. If you could just pull your mic a little bit closer to you, I think it will make, it'll be much more audible, I think, for the recording as well. Yeah, I've just got a few questions, and thanks for, I think you've covered quite a bit in as far as what my colleague was probing. Now, Mr. Zigote, there was a statement that Abahlali Basem Jondolo issued on the 13th of July, which was titled KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng are burning. We need to build a just peace. I believe that the panel also has a copy of that statement. I just want to double check with the chair.
Yes, we do, thank you.
Yes. I'm not going to take you through the entire statement, but I'm quite interested because I think in the statement there was a specific, I think on page 4 in particular, there was a specific mention of your position as abahlali. And of course there was a context to the challenges that you highlighted in as far as the unrest, and I think there was also reference to COVID, the impact of COVID-19 here and there. I'm just double checking with you because I think some of the issues that you've highlighted with my colleague, they were mentioned here as well. In as far as I'll just make an example, like number 2, for example, in that list of 12 that you mentioned there, you highlight the riots as a result of starvation and not support for Zuma. I'm interested in that one, but you also mentioned 12 and others as well, where you say there's a need for dialogues. Perhaps my question is really two-pronged. Firstly, if you could just maybe expand on that aspect of the riots being a result of starvation and not necessarily because of the support for Zuma. Perhaps having reflected also post the July unrest, we are now in November. Is there anything else that you'd like to add? But also, would you also be able to perhaps expand on that, just so that perhaps we understand better in terms of what you meant, especially because we take this as a statement that is coming out of abahlali, so you're coming with that strong 100,000, membership. Yeah.
Yes, of course. That statement was compiled after an extensive consultation with members. Now, our members and many communities that we engaged were very clear that even those of us who participated in the looting had no knowledge, or we had nothing to do with the solidarity with the former president. That came out very clear. Those who took an opportunity, they did that because they did not have food and they saw an opportunity. So it doesn't mean that when you do not have food, then you have to steal. It's not normal. But people acted because they saw some credible people doing it. Law enforcement and some authorities seem to be supporting it, and ask themselves, if I want to behave and not participating, what am I going to eat? Not necessarily because I am hungry now, I do not have money or food now, but I can see the food is being finished. So it was very clear that people were saying, our action in participating has nothing to do with the support for the former president. The former president has his own people that he worked with, that may have benefited from his presidency or whatever. We were poor when he was still a president. We are still poor. So it just doesn't make sense for us as ordinary people to do this because we are in support of the former president. Hence, there is no contradiction on what we are saying. We are saying, yes, the jailing of the former president has enabled the already fragile and fertile ground for this to emerge.
Okay. Maybe a follow-up there as well. I heard you mention that some people that indicated that they participated in the looting, some did so because they also saw some credible people participating as well. Perhaps maybe if you could just enlighten us a bit more as to what exactly you mean by that, or what was meant by those members, if there was, of course, any discussion in terms of who those credible people are, or what formation, or where were they from? I mean, is there any further information that you wish to share with us?
Yes, in our context, given the inequalities that exist, we are living in different worlds. For the shack dwellers, people who live in the township are better off. The middle class people are better people. People with cars who live in subsidy are better people. In that context, they are seen to be legitimate, credible people, but also people who occupy, again, credible positions in government. Your police officers who were seen either participating or not doing anything about what was happening made people to think that it was the right thing to do. But also the so-called credible people were people who are leaders in their political parties, particularly in the ruling African National Congress. As I alluded on the text messages that were circulating, were actually sent by the so-called leaders, not only just at the local level, but probably at the regional level, people with credibility. So that's the kind of credible people that I'm kind of referring to. It means it's not just your normal shack dwellers. It's part of them were people who live in the township, who shack dwellers regard as better off, as credible. Middle class people who drive cars, your 4x4, where the staff were loaded. And of course, people within the positions of power, within political parties were seen participating, and poor people thought it was the right thing to do. Hence, there was no consequences for that.
Okay, no, thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Zigote, because I was particularly interested in what you specifically were meaning by that.
Credible people.
I want to come back to, yes, in terms of what you meant by credible people. I'm going to come back to the social media messages in a second, but before I do so, is there anything else that you wish to share with us regarding that statement of the 13th of July? Because I do recall that in as much as the statement was issued, it was shared on your website, and of course media had access to it and so on. Perhaps the question is, did anything go wrong with the statement in as far as after you had shared the statement with the media and the world on your website?
Interesting question. I was going to forget. Yeah, something went wrong with the statement after it was shared openly, with open minds, with all its contents. So what happened was that the very same statement was changed, it was edited, more paragraphs were added, which suggested now Uvera Bahlali are angry with Muslim communities. The statement was suggesting in itself that Abahlali were angry with the Muslim communities who were seen as discriminating and so on. Now, people who know our original statement easily pick that up, that this is not what Abahlali meant. And although we did not get to know who exactly changed our statement to suggest that Abahlali were somehow racist towards Muslim communities, although we did not find, we tried, but we know who thought it was appropriate, it was correct to further disseminate it. Now, what the intention were about that, we don't know. Again, credible people. We discovered with evidence that one of those credible people was a former deputy mayor of a beautiful city, metro. Probably the only metro in KZN. These are one of credible people, former mayor, thinking it is correct, appropriate, peace building to fuel the already fragile racial discrimination against Muslim communities, knowing very well that Abahlali work so closely with Muslim communities, knowing very well that the Muslim communities are the first communities to assist Abahlali during disasters, where there are shock fires, where there are floods. Muslim communities are the first to respond. Now, to rubbish this relationship and to make sure that we further starve after the looting, then this animosity between Abahlali and Muslim communities must be created. Yeah?
Okay. And to the chairperson in the panel, maybe just to highlight the fact that as Mr. Zigote was responding, that Abahlali did then issue another statement on the 17th of July, which statement then was making reference to that which Mr. Zigote is speaking to. And that statement of the 17th of July was titled Agent Provocateurs at Work in this Time of Crisis. And that is where particularly on paragraph 4, perhaps that's where sort of what Mr. Zigote was referring to in as far as the faked version of the statement, which was widely circulated on some of the so-called Muslim groups or WhatsApp groups, which then caused fear, anger. And they go on to say that a number of members then received abusive and sometimes racist WhatsApp messages from people who had seen the faked versions. Now, Mr. Zigote, was anything related to the statement and what subsequently happened thereafter, whether it was via the WhatsApp messages, as you say that some people received abusive or were abused and so on. Were any cases opened or any of those matters referred to the police?
Immediately after that, our members, because they do work with Muslim community organizations, were called to receive food support, mainly bread and milk, and in dealing with that, communicating with these Muslim organizations, our senior members were stopped in these toll gates that were created by middle class and rich people. They were stopped and discriminated against, insulted in places like Overport. There's a particular case. And of course, we did not see a need to open any case because we kind of understood why so much anger. We went into their shoes because immediately after that, I received a personal call from an Indian old man in KwaZulu-Natal, Estenga, swearing me, but also he sent some text that suggested that I was a leader of these looting people who also visited his residence in Estenga. The old man was very afraid. I didn't know what was happening. He actually swore me because somehow he was told that this is a group leader of these hooligans who may not only have looted in Stenga, but the nationwide who has brought us where we are as a country. I understood the anger. I calmed down. I'm sure I should still have that message because I also wanted to create some record. I was calm. I said to myself, let me explain who I am. I first apologize for what happened. Understand the pain people were going through, the confusion and the frustration, not knowing who's doing what. And then after I have exchanged some text with him, because it was expected that I respond like a hooligan, like the greatest looter. Then I was calm because I understood the pain. He took a call. He actually called me. That's when I knew where he was with his 032 number. He said to me, thank you for your message. I am an old man. I am terrified. I was attacked. I'm in great pain. I don't have much time to stay. I can die at any time. What has happened to me? It's just too much. I want to apologize to you, young man. I was terrified myself. I was touched, especially this was an elderly person. I was hurt to be engaged with this, with an old man who, for whatever reason, was attacked by a mob in Estenga. I haven't been there. But he apologized. I said to him, I do understand. I'm sorry for what happened. So I'm just highlighting the extent to which, back to your question, how this affected us, the further fueling of the statement, which suggested how dangerous we were as leaders of Abahlali. Because basically, what also the very same provocateur did was to say to the public that shack dwellers are mobilizing to loot again, defend your property. Not only on that statement, but also on tweet. She was very clear that it's this shack dwellers group that is mobilizing people to loot, knowing very well that this is her organization.
Okay. Just to be clear now, when you say there was also something on Twitter, are you referring to the very same fake statement?
Yes.
Okay. And will you be able to share with us those details?
I'll check on that, yeah.
Okay, that'll be very much helpful. Now, I think you are giving an example of what came as a result of the fake statement.
Yes.
Hence your reference to the engagement with the elderly person from Guaduguza who subsequently apologized. But I think it's also painting a picture as to what such information can actually do and how perhaps there are challenges in as far as, and of course it's quite easy, and that's one thing that we are also particularly interested in, because it's so easy for information to be distorted and for it to be shared quite widely, and we've heard of such instances in this hearing as well. Now, very, very lastly on this, because I want to come back to the WhatsApp messages, and I will not be too long. But you're also, as you're giving your answer, you made an example of how some of your members, and I wasn't sure whether you were speaking about yourself or your members, were affected by some of the barricades, and you gave an example of Overport. Do you want to just perhaps enlighten us? Was it yourself or was it maybe some of your members? And what specifically happened, as far as you know, at one of those barricades in Overport?
Well, basically, this happened to my deputy, president of Abahlali, Apeli Bonono. He was distributing bread and milk and called by a Muslim organization somewhere in Overport to collect, or whether it was, he was still going to collect food and bread to be distributed to Abahlali affected communities where he was blocked.
And do you know the date so that we don't forget?
Well, I do not have, but I can certainly get
Okay.
date,
But
yeah.
was it before the statement was issued? Your statement of the 13th of July?
It was after.
It was after?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can proceed?
Yes, he felt that he was being discriminated against by this group of people who were preventing, cars from passing. I mean, this is like public road. It's not a private property or anything, as we know how people were barricading their neighborhood. So that's what happened. He was stopped and he was threatened, not allowed to pass. And of course, as I was told, there were racist remarks that suggested that a person of his color and skin, of his caliber, does not have the right. In fact, something that suggests that he's a looter. So, of course, people were worried about strangers coming into their neighborhood because the looter was not written, I'm here to loot, so they were concerned about that.
Okay.
So, yeah, it was kind of threat. He was insulted, but also discriminated against. And again, because we are ahead of the game. He was, of course, offended at the time, but suddenly realized what people were going through.
Okay.
Not to say it was the right thing to, it was acceptable that he be treated that way, but he kind of felt that he understood the anger that people were really, and the frustration.
Okay. And you don't recall the types of words that were used? Because I think you mentioned that he was threatened, he was not allowed to pass.
No, I could get the exact words from him.
All right. No, thank you for that. Then maybe lastly then, Mr. Zigote, and I think I need to come back to this because you mentioned it, that you even gave us an example of a particular message, which was saying something to the effect that we know the home of the Deputy Chief Justice. There was some reference of an attack. And you also said that there were other messages as well. But on that specific one, and perhaps others, were these were what? These were shared on social media? Which platform in particular did you have access to these messages?
On the WhatsApp.
On the WhatsApp?
Yes.
Okay, and this was just being shared, and you just basically were receiving?
Yes, it was just forwarded to me.
Okay. And then you also indicated that you also shared the same with some of the political leaders. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes.
And who in particular?
But I felt it was not necessary and it was sensitive to just widely share it amongst the comrades. So even my own comrades, I did not share this particular message because I thought it was really sensitive if we're really worried about what sort of damage it could do.
Yes. And do you know exactly which date you received that message?
Yeah, I should. I should have the date.
Okay. I'm just interested to know as to when you received this. And
I received it on the 18th of July.
Or 18 July?
Yes.
Did you perhaps share?
Sorry. No, I think that's a wrong one.
That's another one in relation to the Deputy Chief Justice, I suppose.
I thought that's specifically the one, Chairperson. I think Mr. Zigote was saying there are others as well, but he gave this one as an example. So I just thought it's prudent to probe a bit further so that we can sort of understand as to how we had received that message, when, and he did say that he then, because of the sensitivity of that message, he did not share it further with members, but he did alert. Perhaps the question also was whether he had actually given that message, because of its sensitive nature thereof. Did he share it with the police because of the concern that he had?
All right, yeah, I still have those WhatsApp messages. This was All right, it was forwarded to me on the 15th of July.
Okay.
And what exactly did it say? Can you read it for us, perhaps?
All right, yeah. There's a couple of exchange, kind of. But the one pertaining the Deputy Chief Justice, basically it says Raymond Zondo address, number 27, Budhurst, Coes Hill Park. Yes, it's just giving the address, the home address.
Okay.
And someone that responds to it, he or she says Albobe.
Alipupe.
Albobe.
And if
after
you-
giving that address.
I know you can translate that for us, Mr. Zigote.
Albobe, it will mean let there be destruction.
May I just go a bit further, maybe, and ask, and if you don't want to respond here in this forum, you can also, provide us with the details. But let me maybe first start to say the one who forwarded it to you, do you know the identity of that person?
Most fortunately, they are names of people. Of course, I do not know these people. But yeah, their names, of course, and their numbers. Name and number of a person that send this particular
And
message.
are you willing to say who that was here, or do you want to give it to us
Well,
outside of the public?
Well, I'm happy to share with you because as soon as I mention name, my life, by the way, I'm saying just for your record, kade ngihamba ngilala emahlathini with these things.
Mr. Zigote
Yeah,
is just
I'm
saying
happy
that
to,
he's got very young kids, so it will not be appropriate for him to share such publicly, but I guess he's willing to share this
Yeah.
information privately.
No, thank you very much for that. Then.
Maybe the last one for me then, Mr. Zigote, and I think it would be helpful for us if you could just collate that information and you can share with the panel and the evidence team. I was just interested to know as to whether you had reported that which you received to the police, specifically with the messages that you are referring to now.
Say that again, please.
I was interested to know whether, given the sensitive nature of the information, as you indicated that you found it to be quite sensitive and you are not willing to share it further with your members, and also in terms of what was being said in the message or messages, I'm just interested to know as to whether you took it further and involved the police or reported same to the police?
As I said earlier on, at that time, there was no leadership and the police did not exist. I did not trust the police myself. So even today, even after the incident, we've seen police taking a particular position of of course, they were part of sabotaging, the economy and the country. Their silence speak volume. Don't ask me details, but we all know that they did not exist. So I would not have hunted the police and trusted them with such an information, suspecting that they were colluding with what was happening.
Okay, do you still have the same position now?
Oh yes, I still have the same position now. The police that was dishonest in July cannot be honest today. Who was not trusted in July cannot suddenly be trusted by us. Trust is earned. The police would have to work hard for us as ordinary people of South Africa to trust them.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Mr. Zigote. Chair, I don't have further questions. Maybe the last one. I'm sorry. I just saw a flag that I had noted here. Maybe very briefly, Mr. Zigote, because I think you've covered to some extent in terms of what should happen going forward. What's maybe the one lesson that you think, especially from the 100,000 strong membership, what lesson came from what actually unraveled in July?
Well, the lesson, from speaking to our members is that change is possible. I'm saying this, that after a long conversation, there was a woman who stood up. Her name is Deborah. She said to us, being an umhlali with those values that we are taught on almost every day, I would not have wanted to be seen stealing, carrying any stuff that would have been illegal. Ngizizwa nginezinhloni ngalo nembeza enginawo notshaliwe kubahlali ukuthi bengingabonakala ngisendaweni enje. So this was suggesting that the lady, as poor as she was, as hungry as she was, but she thought it was immoral to have been seen or associating herself with, the looting incidents. And she ended up saying, I remain poor and hurt today because I could not use the opportunity that was at our disposal. I've seen people, taking stuff. We often do not use, again, the language of stealing. That was not stealing, that was really taking. When you were asking me first about maybe the correct language. People were not stealing, people were just taking. Because with stealing, in a broad day, you can't really, not to say you don't steal in a broad daylight, but at least in front of cameras, the helicopters flying, this is being watched on news 24/7. That's not stealing, that was taking. So it was a Christmas day in South Africa where that's the kind of excitement that we've witnessed. People were just excited about this opportunity. But Jesus say, you can have all you want. And of course, with the support of the police, with the support of government, who suddenly disappeared, and of course, the very disappearance of government was an act in itself of encouraging, supporting, and promoting what was happening.
Chair, I'll hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a few questions from my side, maybe. If we can start with your statement that I suspected, and then the other panelists will also have an opportunity to ask Commissioner Ntuli, Belile Ntuli, and Commissioner Christmas on this side. You said that I suspected the police was colluding. I suspect what you're saying here is with the organizers of all of this in July. So can you just give a bit more detail about that? Why do you say that the police was colluding? Maybe give us specific examples, etc.
Mina, myself, I met with the police and had the chance on other things and other matters. Not in uniform like your detectives, but with bulletproof, with private car. The cars were, the car that was driving was like, again, a Christmas day in the township, because I live with the community. You know what? It's happening there and you want to go opposite direction. Not that the police were seen being desperate for backup. I understand that an individual cannot just approach dangerous crime, criminal activities. You need a backup and all sort of strategy and ammunition, of course, to confront this. But it was an open market day in South Africa, or at least in KZN and in some part of Gauteng. So I'm saying I have met with the police, not for what was happening, for other matters. And engaging with them, it was like business as usual. Instead, they wanted to be out of the place, not want to be seen around there. So there was a deliberate way of police avoiding to be seen, at least where the looting was taking place. So the police were, at least those that I met, were not really concerned about what was happening. It looks like there was an instruction from somewhere to say ningabhayisi, ningabhayisi, just at least so that you keep your job. At least be seen driving speed like a mad somebody who's seen to be busy doing something when you're actually doing nothing. So what I'm saying, this is not the hearsay. I've seen police driving speedily around the township, at least where I was, pretending to be heading to the scenes of looting, only not to do so, but wanting to be seen, at least to be doing something. In fact, running away from the scene. Of course, not necessarily because they needed backup, there were few of them. They actually disappeared. It looks like somebody digged a hole and made sure that they are not seen. I'm sure even if you were to go to a police station, the police station would have been empty, but also in the so-called crime areas, looting areas, no police. And of course, our members would have seen some of the police also looting, both in uniform and in their private clothing. So it was a Christmas day in South Africa. What a Christmas that destroys our beautiful country. Christmas. Phew. We have kids to raise, we have future to build, we have country to worry about, we have society to be worried about. But that Christmas day, yeah.
No, thank you very much for that. You are not the first one who is basically saying that, that about the police and that they didn't really do their job or may have even been instructed to not to do it. But let me ask you, you mentioned earlier also that the riot, these are now your words, the riot was planned at a very high political level. Do you have any idea who planned the riot according to your organization or yourself? What is your view on that?
I do not have an answer as to who plan it, but our view is that our state security agencies would have had all require knowledge, competency, experience, and tools to have known what would happen. Given to what was happening outside the former president's residence in Nkandla before the actual looting, speaks volume not to know on the side of the police and state security agencies. Thirdly, the failure of the premier, who must have been too high to descend on the ground, at least to give an ear to those dirty shack dwellers, in itself points out that those who pretend to be our custodians of our democracy, care less. You may have missed a call today, tomorrow, because you are busy, I would understand. But up until today, and you come here in front of cameras, you pretend to care about this province, this country, and her people, and you still do not bother to follow up even to those who may have the information. You simply don't care. But you take an oath to uphold the Constitution of the Republic, to protect lives. And when you see cameras, it's the very same thing that we see when our authorities pretend that they are against gender-based violence, they are against xenophobia. When we march with them, you know what they say? Bashai, behind these big cameras. But when they're in cameras, no violence, and pretend to be good when they care less. I mean, the premier may not be, of course, he doesn't recognize shack dwellers. It's normal here in South Africa. You take people that have money seriously. Those who do not have money, it's almost automatically that they do not have the brain to, and therefore, why would we take them serious? But at least if the premier bothered to ask these questions, or even Nicodemously for us to engage, we would have been somewhere, and if he would have come up with some substance, not the academic and abstract ideas that are brought here, when the reality on the grounds is real.
Thank you very much for that. But I see in this one statement you released as an organization, just get to its heading. The one about KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng are burning, we need to build a just peace. You mentioned there on the second page, poverty and hunger were a bomb, and then you say that the breakdown in order caused by Zuma's people lit the fuse. So who exactly are you referring to in the statement when you mention Zuma's people?
I mentioned the very same people that I have in my WhatsApp group who had the conversation, who've also made it clear that they needed to not to use the regalia of their party because they'll be easily identified. And there are certain words also that I mentioned. And it goes on to talk about these, it says in Zulu, Labo McDonald's balo baba, and I guess they mean suggesting that McDonald's are owned by the current president and therefore they should be on fire, and all other economic nodes, starting with the N2 and the N3. That's the extent of the conversation, and you can clearly see who are these people. And I guess my answer, it's these people who are within the certain faction of the ruling party.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so it would be appreciated if, in addition to the only, that one WhatsApp conversation about the Deputy Chief Justice's home, you can also make those others available to us, not in public, but in private, if I can put it that way. Would that be okay?
Oh, yes, I will give the Commission all this information in the best interest of South Africa for the truth to be told.
Thank you very much. Then, if we can just quickly go to you mentioned that there were threats that should the former president be arrested, the country will be ungovernable. So these threats you're talking about, are they also in these WhatsApp messages that you've referred to just now?
Not necessarily, although there may be some that suggest the same message, but this was through the conversation with our members who happens to associate themselves with a faction of the former presidents.
And as to the identity of those who made these particular threats, would you also want to provide that to us offline? Not yet.
Of course, anything that would compromise, of course, my safety,
Yeah.
I think it would be fair. I think this sitting should also know, which I said earlier on, Abahlali have lost 18 activists who were killed with impunity. No arrest, no investigation, it's normal. With an exception of two, of course, cases where justice prevailed, where two ANC councillors in eThekwini were found guilty by the Durban High Court and sent to Kokstad prison as we speak with their gunmen, because that's what they are capable of. The very same people who are meant to be the custodians of our democracy. They kill the very same people that they should be governing. Now, when they kill us all, one wonders who are they going to govern.
Thank you very much. And then there's a specific part I'm also interested in of your evidence where you referred to, I think you said the mayor that was aligned to the former president. Is that now the former mayor, the current mayor who's just been re-elected now? And what role, in your view, did that mayor, if you can just clarify exactly who we're talking about, played in this whole process? Because you also went further to mention that a certain section of the ANC, people at regional level, were involved in some way or another. If you can perhaps just give us more clarity on who you were referring to here. So what specific mayor are we talking about, and who are these at the regional level?
Well, the mayor remains the former mayor. He's not the current one, not even before November 1, but before the one before November 1. Not the one before November 1, but the one before.
So just for clarity, who is that mayor?
Well, I'm not too sure with some set of principles if it's acceptable to mention people's name, but I was trying to usually in terms of the structures, particularly of the ruling ANC, you've got the branch level, and then you have the regional level. So those are the people who run the city, basically. By regional level, it's the people who run the city, mostly the council that runs the municipality. So in this case, I mean, the mayor that is still former mayor that is still in and out the court on charges of corruption, of more than 420 billion of the Durban solid waste. There's so much that it implicates her, and yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. Igama lo muntu inkomo, commissioner, unfortunately. But people of Durban know what I'm talking about.
Okay, can you elaborate maybe a bit on the role that she played as far as the unrest is concerned? And maybe other regional people? I mean, if you feel you can't say it here, then we can do it in another manner.
Yeah, I think once you get these WhatsApp message, you'll see that there was a group of people who would, who I think were organizing this, who were sending message and who would have coordinators in strategic corners of the province or even the country. So it's very clear on these messages what the issues are, what the aim is, but it's clear that the target is really to target the active or key economic areas, including your N2, N3 national road, in order to sabotage the economy, which will then force Lobaba, that's what it says, to force this man to rethink the arrest of the former president.
Thank you very much. Last question from my side. It has been suggested here, and I think Premier Zikalala, if I'm not mistaken, agreed with this. Would you say that poor and hungry people were taken advantage of by the organizers of the unrest?
Absolutely. It's clear that poor people had no intention to do this, not because they are law-abiding citizens of this country, but they think this country has law and order, and any act of that nature would lead to jail. Why suddenly on this Christmas Day the jail does not exist, police do not exist? So obviously the strategists, the organizers took advantage of that. And of course, to a point that they seem to have had power to protect the looters. Because for some reasons they were still in charge. They command certain sectors of the state so that people can just do as they please. And one reasonable evidence for that is, I mean, people could take food, at least not steal it as they were taking food, but to go to an extent of burning factories, malls, it has nothing to do with poverty. You've got the milli that you were looking for, bread that you did not have. Why would you go beyond that and burn the very same factory that produces the very same food that you need tomorrow? I mean, people are not stupid. How do you destroy the very same structure that you need? A reasonable mind wouldn't do that. So masses of people who actually took food, who did not steal food because it was allowed, the police allowed, the state allowed, the executive, the municipalities, councillors who did not exist allowed this. So ukismus, people are taking. Who cares? Because they were hungry for too long. But why would you ban the trucks that are transporting the very same food on the freeway? Why would you then satellite chemical factories in Konubia? For what? What that has to do with a hungry person? Surely there were smart people behind. There's the same people who are talking about the McDonald's and the white monopoly capital. We don't know that language here, John Dole. Maybe it has nothing to do with us, the white monopoly capital. But that's the language of the highly educated. Now it's interesting, this education, Because the very same people who were behind this were also hungry. When there was no bread there, they did not even have bread themselves.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Ntuli.
Babu Zikode, ninjani bonzela?
Usiyaphila ma unjani?
Sikhona. Babu Zikode, I have 2 or so questions for you. The first is really just to get an understanding from you of the way forward. You've waged quite a strong critique on the capitalist system or the kinds of societies that capitalism creates and breeds in the way that you framed the problem. You've spoken to greed, you've spoken to materialism, individualism. It would be very beneficial for this hearing to hear from you what the conversations are within your organizations on how we end this. Are we to think that the only way out of this is to end the capitalist system as a whole and to rethink a new society? Or are there other suggestions that are coming out from the ground, from your membership? You've got quite a large membership, and I'm sure there are many ideas with regards to how we move forward. It would be very beneficial for this hearing to hear that. So, ungasiza.
South Africa's problem, so is the African problems, requires the African and the South African solution, not external forces. That's the first thing that I think is very important in this discussion. You do not just want to be seen complying and adhering to the rules that are made somewhere else, which do not fit appropriately with the South African context and conditions. Now, the capitalist system, it's a nature of a system that there must be inequality. It's a nature of a system that there must be greed. And when there's greed, then the whole question of human rights is lost. So if we are really want to be a human rights-centered society, then we will need to rethink our new economic system, which will not be a system that puts profits before human needs. Now, in practical terms, Abahlali are calling for the rapid release of land for housing, farming, as long as the Black African people still do not have land. We can't even talk about the job questions that there aren't jobs, or even those that we have are slowly collapsing. But as long as we do not have land, let alone the industrialization and all the other sectors of the economy, but as long as we do not have land, as long as we ignore that question, as long as we do not own our own land, as long as we do not have a say in our own land. I mean, we all know that the majority party in the national legislature, both the African National Congress and the EFF, do agree on the question of land. But what stops South Africa from a rapid land release and restoration of people's dignity? So as long as we are playing cat and mouse, we beat about bushes about the question of land, we'll continue to have this conversation. Now, land is not just about building, housing and communities, but for food sovereignty. And again, you are addressing the very same Christmas Day that we have in July, the Christmas Day that takes the whole month, it's a Christmas Day. So as long as then we allow that the commercial value of land, so as the property comes before social value will always have this problem. The wealth and all gains of this country must be shared amongst the people who work the land. Here in South Africa, even those who do not work the land, they are stinking rich. Those who sweat and work hard for this country remain poor. That's the nature of capitalism. Land, wealth, and all gains of this country will have to be shared equally. The state has to engage into a serious program of job creation. The question whether it's the state or the private sector that needs to create jobs, but that conversation has to be taken, it's urgent, it has to be taken seriously. So as long as it is not taken seriously, therefore we call for a basic income grant. Of course, we know it is not sustainable, but there would have to be an exit stage somehow once a person gets a job. We are not just promoting handouts. People want to work. But even those who work hard, to work as early as 2 a.m. in the morning, remain poor in this country. This unfairness is just unjust. It needs to be confronted. Now, the South African police services must stop acting on the instructions of the politicians and protect all the people of South Africa. Because that's one thing we are learning every day. Police are not doing their police job in terms of the Police Act. They do their jobs on the instructions of the politicians. We are seeing this every day in KwaZulu-Natal police station in Katomena, where it is normal that the police, before arrest somebody, will get an order from the local ANC chief. Can I arrest this one? Do you know this one? You come to the police to open a case. Before it is opened, a call is made back to a community by a police officer. I mean, we have evidence. I've been discussing this with the Minister of Police, and he's been beating about bushes. And, again, insila yokuba usopolitiki does not go away. Whenever you engage with people of South Africa, you lie. It is normal. Now, all forms of xenophobia, ethnicity, and nationality must be opposed at all costs. We must wait for what we have seen in Phoenix. We must work with this on our daily basis in all our sectors, in schools, in trade unions, in all political formations or progressive formations. We must be talking about this and do not run away and shy about the questions of race and ethnicity. There needs to be a dialogue in each city, province, and maybe at the national level on how to build peace and justice. Why wouldn't we have a dialogue like this one before any calamity or a Christmas day like we had in July? What stopped us as a society from being positive in building the African Ubuntu? Why do we have to wait for crisis to emerge and then have to react? I don't think that is proactivity. This must include all membership-based grassroots formation to pave the way towards an inclusive future for South Africa. These dialogues can begin the process of forming solidarity councils in each city. Now, when we talk about an inclusive future, for me, that one is key. And an inclusive city will acknowledge, embrace, and recognize and value human life. We must be concerned about everyone's lives, not only our families. We must be concerned about our neighbors, our cities, our provinces, our country, and our world. We can't be just do not care society. We have a duty to God, to our country, and to the world. We are part of a global community at the same time. So maybe the last one is to say, because the government is failing to create jobs and improve living conditions of people and deal with the frustration of day-to-day of people, then people should not go hungry. You know what a hungry stomach does? It destroys also the positive thinking and the psychological norm of a person. We have engaged with church leaders and to critique how to begin to preach a hungry stomach, a homeless person. Are you really serious about a person grasping the food of spirit, the food of mind? So I think it's important, therefore, that we build an inclusive future. It has to begin now. Those who have too much, they may have worked honestly, hard for it, but it makes them more humane when they acknowledge that someone is needy and therefore I should help. This is not just suggesting that people must be lazy and expect handout. We would encourage the nation to work hard because everyone has to work for and earn what they have. But at least let us be given that opportunity to prove that we want to work and earn an honest living. Because we work with the street traders. Our heart soars when we see municipal, city bylaws and city enforcement confiscating and destroying the belongings of people when they are trying to earn an honest living. But the state is not providing them with jobs. They try an honest living, that gets discouraged, destroyed. What else do we do? The same with evictions. If the state cannot build houses for everyone, which is of course impossible, but why would you destroy a self-built? You cannot do it. Now, when I do it, why does it become a crime? Of course, there are laws in this country, but the logic is you promise housing, service delivery, and all of that, and you are unable to deliver. Now, I do my best, and I call this a home. You call it a shack to be destroyed. But you still provide no alternative. So that's all that we are at least suggesting. But as long as in all our action, we remain violent and we stop investing in militarizing the police as we see our cities are militarizing. They think investing in military is better than investing in social capital and having dialogue with people. So we should rethink the priorities of our budget and so on.
Siyabonga, Babu Zikode. Now, my next question relates to your statement. You began your statement by pointing to the anger of the poor, and I will read it again. Open quote, abahlali basemjondolo have always warned that the anger of the poor can go in many directions. Now this suggests that the anger predates July 2021. Could you tell us how the events of July 2021, but most importantly, the criminalization of the poor as a consequence of July 2021, which you have spoken to well by indicating that it was not just the poor who were involved in the so-called looting. Now, could you tell us how this anger has been affected and what the mood is within your organization and the membership in general?
People of South Africa have lost hope to our political system. We think we are on our own. Now, the anger has been piling up for too long, especially when you make promises and you failed to fulfill the promises. Rather not promise when you are not going to fulfill the promise. And that's what creates anger. I think people are reasonable enough that housing, for instance, cannot be solved overnight. I think any reasonable mind. But again, with people, it's never been a question of budget. People have never asked for money or millions. They've never questioned that. But their demand is often based on the promises that gets made to them. So as long as we have politicians who think to be a better politicians is how much you lie, then this country is in trouble. As long as we have the kind of thinking that politicking is about treating the poor and popular democracy with contempt, we are going to have this problem. So we've seen this coming, and as we said, it's something that we've been warning. It comes in a number of ways. It has manifested itself into xenophobia that from time to time you see it against migrant groups, the minority groups, and of course today about the gender-based violence. But we've never really want to, or maybe pretend not to know the root cause. The same lies of our democracy, of the people that are in positions of power. So this is not just about blaming maybe the state, but at least we are not even provided with a safe space or an environment for us to really engage honestly on issues that affect us. Of course, I'm not suggesting that it's too much for government. We have brain as well. But the very same efforts as grassroots formations, as communities, is being criminalized. We are being repressed every day for saying the things that we are saying. We may be safe today because we say this in front of a camera, but as soon as you go behind the camera, who the hell do you think you are? I have personally experienced this each time I go outside the country. And the first call I receive when I land, Artambo International, from the same state security agency who could not help us with the July Christmas, allow me to use that very deliberately. I know lives have been lost, but when you are allowed not to steal, but at least to take, what do you call that? They will be able to, I've been asked several times, where have you been? What did you tell those people? That's the ability of our state security, and agency to trace activists. But when war and the country is at the brink of catastrophe, they can't see that. Now, it tells you that someone is not telling the truth here. So, this anger has been piling up, and we've seen it coming, and we knew that as long as there is no leadership, there's no political will, as long as the society think it's normal, it will end up like this. But we knew that people will never forever be repressed. we were told, because we have this history of apartheid, that the only threat that we should guard against is the white monopoly capital. And we say nothing about the black monopoly capital. If something like that exists, I know it may be too extreme to use that. Also, at the same time, agreeing that few sections of a society, carries wealth. But we have the power to turn that with the majority that we have in this country. I've made mention of the ruling party in the legislature and the big opposition party agreeing on the question of land. But the question is, why is it impossible to release land? When we have a conversation amongst ourselves, some people believe that we do not even have title deeds of the South African land, maybe it's in London. So we must march to London and ask Queen Elizabeth to return our title deed and give it to the EFF and the ANC. Because they agree. They know where the problem is, but they want to be diplomatic. They do not want to upset Tony Blair, if he still exists. They do not want to upset foreign governments, because the South African problem, so is the African problems. Or we do not want to give the African solution or the South African solution. So this anger can be avoided. I think we need to be genuine, we need to be honest. We need to have a serious dialogue with the people who are angry and says, what frustrates you? What stops us from investing in those dialogues? What frustrates you? Do you know your responsibility as a citizen? This is not blaming authorities. We have a duty as ordinary people. Did anybody bother having a dialogue with us? What is my duty as an ordinary shack dweller in the village, Eloshin, what is my duty as a citizen? My duty is not just to pay tax, because that's how we are viewed. So other things are not important with us. As long as we pay our tax, that makes you a good citizenship. No. Of course, that is important. But we have brain. So let's talk to the inclusive future that we should be worrying about without leaving anyone behind. So if we leave somebody behind, ngesiZulu sithi ayikho isoka ladla kahle imbangi ikhala. Isoka njalo kaze lidle kahle imbangi ikhala. So no one must be left behind. We must be worried about the one who's being left behind. So if we do not do that, I'm sure the future will judge us as a failing nation.
Siyabonga kakhulu babu uZikode. Ngabe ngiphuthileke uma ngingawubuzanga lo mbuzo. We cannot take your membership as a homogeneous group. There are different people who occupy different subjective positions within your membership base. And they are therefore differently affected by what happened in July. My interest with this question is those who embody female bodies. Have you, as an organization, been able to reflect or analyze any particularity with regards to how this group was affected by the July unrest?
Absolutely. We are committed to the empowerment of women and to their freedom. We have a number of safe spaces for women within the organization. Hence, we have Abahlali Women's League. That's how precious the space becomes for women. And unfortunately, they were hardest hit by what happened in July. Because many of them, and for some reasons, many of them in our organizations are single parents who have to raise children as individuals. And having engaged in these 16 days of activism against violence against women and children, we are very good as South Africans to say these things, but in reality, we don't honor women. We do not protect them. They were the hardest hit by riots in many ways, simply because many of them are single parents. They have had stress not knowing how to handle families. And maybe I should confess, as one of the men, that we often do not embrace the power that our mothers, our partners, our wives, and so on have. We know of a particular experience when things gone worse in some families. We men tend to walk away, leave that challenge with women. And because they are a grinding stone, and sometimes because they do not have any choice, they will just swallow whatever is left with them. So right now, the impact of that riots has a very negative impact on the daily livelihood of women in particular, because they tend to head our families. They give guide and direction of our families. Some people thought that it was gonna easy pass because for many people it was just a question of bread and milk that could not be found 2 days later after the looting. The impact is quite severe on women. Some of them lost their jobs. Some were not even working even prior the situation. But most unfortunately, all of this happens in the middle of this pandemic. It's just too much. It's just unbearable. Listening to stories of domestic violence in some families points out that this is not just a question of material needs of people. This has gone to an extent of psychological and trauma that are as a result of what happened. We've had some trauma workshop, which was really much more targeting women. We've discovered that the pain that is deeply seated in many of the women, for some reasons, it's not easy for them to talk about it because it's a question of trust and so on. You can imagine the inner pain. It's better when someone bleeds. You can see the extent of the damage. You can measure it depending on how much blood, because one bleeds, and how deep the wound is. Now, the inner wound is the most painful one. I just want to leave it there and say, women continue to bear the brunt of the Christmas day, and it's going to take a while. And when it is addressed, it's not just a question of giving handout. Somehow, I'm glad that Prof. Zulu is here, the sociologist, and others who can help us also deal with the inner and psychological damage, because we may pretend that, 3 months, this has passed. No, days have passed, months may have passed, but the inner pain will take time to pass unless we do something about it.
Thank you very much, Babu Uzikote, for that analysis. It certainly does assist. Now, my last question is a follow-up to that. We spoke about the anger that has been brewing, and we also spoke about then the added anger post-July 2021. Now, we know the nature of anger. It needs an outlet. And many times, the reasons that we have such high levels of gender-based violence in South Africa, it goes hand in hand with us being the most unequal society in the world. That anger is then released on those who are next in the social hierarchy, and in most times it's going to be women and children. Have you noticed any differences in the levels of gendered violence within your organization or your membership and the areas in which your members occupy and live as a result of July 2021?
Yes, although this is not easy to make distinction between the July event and also with the lockdown with the pandemic in general that we, especially the lockdown that we were experiencing. Of course, there has been a significant increase of gender-based violence because of the anger, I guess, because many of us as men, sometimes we don't feel to be men enough simply because we cannot provide. This is not in any way justifying violence, but it's a nature of us, of some of us as men. You don't feel to be men enough when you cannot actually provide. As a result, you feel to be undermined, you feel to be useless, and that frustration, unfortunately, the closest person is your partner, your child, who end up having to be impacted by these kind of anger that we have. So again, it may not just, I'm sure it would be a mistake for us as South Africans to reduce this issue into a family issue. It is a societal problem. It's not just here in KwaZulu-Natal, but it will be at least like eThekwini, like KwaZulu-Natal. And it becomes normal and acceptable. So like the story of political killing and violence in KwaZulu-Natal, it's normal, it's another Christmas day. You'll never hear their government being worried about, because it's normal. Everybody knows that we, especially we Zulu people, that does not reflect the Zulu people. It's not the true reflection. So I'm saying we should stop normalizing what is not normal. And for me, we have a serious problem, not just with those who have power to do something about it. Our silence as ordinary citizens of South Africa. Our silence speaks volume. We are guilty as charged for pretending not to be part. I don't want to be seen, not want to be associated. This is an African continent. We cannot build gated communities here. We are one way or the other forced to talk to our neighbors about the problem that are facing South Africa. Unfortunately, we just have to open that conversation. Let us greet each other, not like countries I have seen when people do not know and do not care about their neighbor. All I know is that they drive a blue Mercedes there. You do not know who he is. When you are in trouble, suddenly you have no neighbor because you do not even know your neighbor. So the message is, know your neighbor, not just your family, if you were about to build an inclusive future.
Babuzi Gode, that will be all from me. Thank you very much for your time. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Nissen.
Thank you, Babuzi Gode. Just a few quick ones, just briefly. You have really, as an advocate for homeless and for the poor, there's an old idiom that says, if your neighbor doesn't eat, you don't sleep.
Yeah.
And reminds me very much about that idiom in terms of where we find ourselves today, the inequalities. Just 3 brief questions. I'll start with the first one. You've got 73,000 members and 53 branches within the Greater Durban Metro. Are there any of you, if you're aware of any of your members that may or may not have been involved but could have died, any of them arrested, if you're aware of that? And if they've been arrested, are they still in corrections or are they on bail? Just very briefly.
Thank you for that question. I think it's one of the things that we are most proud about as Abahlali. Because the first thing we did when we hear that there were bodies found there and there was to quickly communicate this with our different branches and communities in Durban. And I'm saying we are proud because when I began answering my first question was to say we were ashamed. This has actually brought shame on us as South Africans, as Abahlali. None of our members, fortunately, lost their lives. Of course, there are people that we know who are not necessarily. Now, this is not to say that we were holy enough, but for some reasons, I think many of them were conscious how wrong, immoral, and maybe criminal these acts were. Even those who participated, of course, and again, this is not to suggest that none of Abahlali members participated. Some confess that we did, and again, we did not go there to steal, but at least we went there to collect food. Again, the question of taking, we went and took what was left. Of course, there were bodies on the ground. I think people were conscious. And one of them was saying, I imagine, what would my parent say if I were found to have lost my life while doing this? And they went to the extent of saying, my parents and maybe people that I respect may not see me now, but what would my ancestors say, Abahamba nami? What would Abogogo, Abokhulu saying? Is this the way how we brought you up? We had those serious questions. It was not about impressing somebody that we were seeing. That's the extent of fear which is embraced by our values. What would my grandparents say when I am found dead or hurt in this country? So Abahlali saw this as a disgrace, I must say that. However, some participated. So amongst the number that you've mentioned, fortunately, none lost their life. Of course, some participated, and we just made sure that we do that audit so that we can also have correct figures in terms of how many were affected.
Thank you, Baba. The second one is that, you've outlined when asked what were you thinking about the causes of the unrest. You outlined only 2 reasons. The one was the anger, the poverty, the anger. Second, that we grew up with violence. The other 3, if you've mentioned it during the course, don't mention it, but if there's anything you want to say, just very briefly on that.
Oh, yes, no, absolutely. I did mention during this conversation, because I must make sure that I do say what needed to be said. Quickly, it was the leadership vacuum, which I already touched on. It was the use of social media, which already I touched on, given the conversation of the WhatsApp text messages and an attempt to engage with the Premier, and also the police absence.
Okay.
So it's the police absence, use of social media and fake news, leadership vacuum, poor people being ruled with violence and taught violence, but expect us to behave peacefully, the terrible living conditions.
Thank you for that, Baba. It's got it. Then my last question, and I would like to go back to the fake that news was inserted into your attempts to bring calm and stability that you as the organization has wanted to spread as a message. Understanding that you've been as an organization under siege for many, many years. You've lost 18 members in less than a decade. I'm not so sure whether there are still some of your members in hiding because due to the threats that they've received. And I know that you have been in the forefront, not only in KZN, but elsewhere in the country, in terms of fighting for displaced people, for homeless people, and for right to decent housing and sanitation. Now, when you mentioned in this letter that this fake message was then used by a former official in further allegedly inflaming the situation, but at the same time also go to the heart of the organization, because it further profiles you, it further tries to criminalize you, and the potential of even more members in the leadership and your members being threatened and perhaps putting their lives in danger, emanating from this fake news and the fact that that could be repeated. What's your view on it, very briefly?
Well, first of all, unfortunately, the person who further circulated the fake news did not see anything wrong about it. You know, when she was asked, engaged, she did not deny it, by the way. She says, well, I thought I was representing your interest, how other people feel towards Muslim communities, how they exploit you. We were confused. What's the agenda? So I think maybe it could be an advice, the warning, and I think that has been said in many quarters, that we need to verify any information that we have before further circulating it, and we need to be responsible. We should be able to think what would be the impact of continuing to circulate messages of this nature. I think this is what we've been doing with our members, to say it may be interesting, a laughing stock, but what it does has a far-reaching consequences to humanity. So I think this has been said over and over, that it's not every print media that can be trusted and therefore can be circulated. And of course, the lesson also was that, when we issue a statement, we should also be in a position of following up, not only comments and response, but to revisit whether the same content we've issued remains the same before we are caught off guard again. The content is no longer what you've initially sent. I think we had to work hard to convince the people that this is not from us. And again, we had evidence. This was our original statement, and this is a date in which it was sent. Read it carefully and compare that with what followed. And we nearly lost good friends with good hearts who actually did amazing work after the looting, doing the very same usual good work of saving humanity. Food parcels were sent from Johannesburg, from Cape Town, with the same Muslim communities. I don't know what this person was really trying to create. In fact, yeah, I mean, those are some of the people who should tell South Africa what is it that they stood to gain by fueling this. Because what should have happened, if people believed on the statement, if we did nothing to mitigate, it will mean people will not only starve from the same community that is now being insulted, but it means what you see in Phoenix should be multiplied, because it looks like it was a good thing to a person like this one. She says nothing wrong with it. I mean, she didn't deny. She says, well, I was thinking I was helping you. Muslim communities need to know that they exploit African people. Just like that. Then I refused to continue a conversation with that person. But at least after that, there were a group of business people who really came to party, who were really asking, but how can we help? After they kind of believed that this was not us. And from there, a very good working relationship was created. There has been a sustained kind of conversation to say, how do we help? Some of them even find I can feel some guilty part to say we were blind to this. It may not have been our intention to ignore, but it's clear from today that if we want to live in peace in this country, we must learn to share. We must also think about the less fortunate. So I think moving forward, these are some of the achievements so far. Instead of building this division, we are making milestones in terms of building bridges, especially with those that, especially with the Muslim communities and some other groups.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Tuli indicated she just have one more question. Thank you.
Babu Zikode, cishe ngenza iphutha by forgetting this question. If you have answered it, you will forgive me. I will repeat it then. But in the process, we spoke about the criminalization of the poor. In the process of that criminalization, some communities or all communities were affected differently, and some to the extent that they had their homes burned. Could you tell us if any within your membership base were affected in this way?
Thank you so much. That question reminds me, Commissioner Nissan, which I left out, which I think is important based on your previous question about the number of Abahlali who were affected or who may have died during their course. But this was post the July riots, which may be a reason why I left out. When the police was trying to recover the stolen goods, they went to Lamontville, Sisonke village, where they just opened fire and shot a woman who was not even part of the looting. There was no protest. She was just standing on her yard, and the police were far away. Again, because it's normal to play with guns in South Africa, and it's acceptable. Not only the state, the police accept it, but we, society, accept it. It's normal, especially when the gun points out to poor black person. That's what happened. We lost a 34-year-old woman. Again, Mama, as you were asking, the impact of women. And unfortunately, a woman, an innocent woman, standing and watching to what the police were doing, who came, by the way, to recover stolen goods during that Operation Keep Sleep. They do not go to township like KwaMashu. They do not go to Glenwood or Emanzimtoti. They go to Mjondolo. Because by virtue of poverty, automatically, it makes you a criminal. This is normal and acceptable. Society is silent about it. It's a nice thing, as long as it doesn't affect me. Now, back to your question. I must have. Please, could you repeat it?
bakhona abashiselwa amakhaya abo.
Yes, thank you. Again, after the riots, because we are ruled with violence, it's normal. We eat violence every day, we are engaged with violence. It didn't end in July. And maybe the July story incident help us to have maybe a serious conversation, because if it wasn't of a July moment, this question would not be raised. Ekenana, as we speak, the eThekwini municipality is continuously trying to evict people. The more than 30 evictions took place at gunpoint without any court order, without any regards for national legislations, with no PIES Act. And then we had to approach the Durban High Court and we got the interdict. Now, even when we had the interdict that prohibits the city from destroying people's shacks, their employee came with gun and shot people, and for him, the court order doesn't work. That's how the educated people sometimes do. It doesn't apply to them because the law is only enforced for the poor people, it's made for the poor. For the middle class and the good people, law does not apply. So Uyamgela was shot in a broad daylight, there's evidence. The police refused to open a case. The employer refused to suspend or investigate that person. He remains the employee of the city. A young man was admitted into the ICU at King Edward Hospital. So this is normal. It's the evictions. And then now when we have these court interdicts, because the city will be seen to be in full violation of the court order, then they will use their employees, they will use your private security guards, your Calvin and Family Security company, they will use your anti-land invasion units. And of course, just recently they brought another application now following the PIES Act. Now it dawns for some reason. They know they have to go to court. But while that is happening, then the ruling party use its structures on the ground to destroy the economy. Many people have been seriously injured, mainly women. What has been more disturbing, including burning of their homes, about 3 activists were jailed for 6 months for the crime they did not do. And after 6 months, the IO comes back and say there's no evidence linking the suspect with the case. After 6 months, you are dismissed. So this is normal. Be kept for 6 months without any evidence of any crime against you. And what tends to happen again, the police would arrest you first and then investigate later. They will take instruction of the person that wants you to be arrested. So in the case of Katomena, they would phone the local ANC men who will say who to arrest, and they will confirm if this is the right guy to be arrested. And once the instruction to say arrest that person, activist gets arrested without any evidence. And then while in custody, it's then when police are trying to find something that will link the suspect into the case. This has been a norm. Not only the 3 activists, today there are 9 who have been arrested, and often these charges get dropped without anything linking to them. So, but what also is disturbing is that those, for instance, there are women, again, whose homes were burned down. I mean, this is just last month. They've been arrested. They've been assaulted before arrest, assaulted by local ANC people who's working for the police and handed over to the police. And the police take and arrest them because they are handed over by this group. So when they are going to court, I mean, they are charged for Schedule 1 offense, assault, for a case that happened last year, for that matter. It's a case that happened last year, they only arrested last month, and they are assaulted. When they get in court, they are refused bail. We've never seen a Schedule 1 offense, people being refused bail, but because these Abahlali will be refused bail, because somehow in the court, again, this person happens to work with somebody, a chief magistrate. This is Durban Magistrate Court. So you have the police alliance with the eThekwini municipality, with the local ANC, and have somebody within the justice system who's also give instruction how to handle this matter. So these women will be sent back for 7 days for a formal bail consideration in custody for an assault case that took place last year. And then when they are granted bail, they are given a condition not to return back to their place in Ekenana, because that's ultimately the goal, to evict them constructively. So you have now 5 women currently on assault case that happened 5 June 2020, who were granted bail at 500 each, and not allowed to return back into their communities because somehow they are suddenly a threat to the very same people that they were living with. And because they are unable to return back into their community while they are away on bail conditions, their homes get burned down. And those who burning their homes are known because they are ANC activists, they are not arrested. So we have about 5 cases now, criminal cases that have been opened. But the Katamana police station would not want to arrest them because they take instruction of the local ANC, who's responsible for telling the police who to arrest and who's not. I have approached the Minister of Police, Ubabu Begicele, on 3 occasions. As you know, politicians lie. Even if you make them ministers, they're honorable. They don't honor that. They continue to lie. The minister has lied 3 times to me to say, I'm coming. I mean, just 2 weeks back, he was saying, no, I'm coming to Durban. I'm coming to Durban. And then he doesn't come, he doesn't apologize. You hunt for him, you'll have to make 4 or 5 calls before you get hold of him. It's normal, he lies again. And what do you make of the last man now at that level? So he's aware. And of course, we've made a formal report about the very same question in details now to the South African Human Rights Commission. Unfortunately, the Durban office does not exist, unfortunately, for too long. We know it's just across the corner of our own building. But we had to approach the South African Human Rights Commission in Cape Town, and again, with the help of a friend who happens to be accredited monitor, and I'm sure it's in the hands of Commissioner Nissan. We hope, at least for today, something is going to be done about it, but the minister is aware because, again, it's the people that do not count, black people who are poor, living in shacks. Their homes can be burned down with impunity. Many of them have gun wounds, no arrest, no investigation. It's normal. Fortunately, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, who happens to get our press statement, is working on that. So our hope is only on that because it also implicates the court officials who's playing their own game. I don't know how I was supposed to trust the court. I am told that just a few days ago, there was an arrest of some of the perpetrators, but the daughter of the local ANC chief is not arrested on the instruction of the party. So people are living in fear. Women and children are traumatized. I'm talking about the entire community. Now, this community is one of the very significant community that you may think of because it has accepted, recognized that there are no jobs. What they've done was to build a commune. They have a community gardens, They have your political school, your Frantz Fanon school. They have your poetry. They have militant stands to work on the community gardens. They have a communal spaza shop. It's a very interesting kind of community that we can learn from. As South Africa, for those of us who complain about lack of jobs, all we need is to be given umhlabat, soil. The land will produce jobs, it will produce food, and this is what we are bad from. This is what we are attacked for.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think, Tata Zikode, we can all say that your testimony has been very insightful and thought-provoking. Thank you for that. We really do appreciate you coming and providing us with such valuable information. Thank you so much. And you are, yes? You want to come in, Advocate?
No, it was just a housekeeping issue. I don't know if you want to maybe, yeah.
Yes. So you are excused for now, but thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, South Africa.
Mr. Chairperson, I was just asking that perhaps the next break can be 10 minutes long. There's been a great deal of African values being emphasized throughout testimony and questions, but Prof. Zulu is 80 years old, so seniority will have to prevail. And yeah, so I was thinking that you can maybe limit it to 10 minutes so that he can testify as soon as possible. And then just after the testimony, we'll break for lunch and allow him to also take reprieve a little bit.
Thank you. Yes, let's return then in 10 minutes, 25 past 12. Thank you so much. Ready to start? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. If we can just, if everyone can just quiet down. Thank you very much. So our next witness is Professor Paulus Mzomuhle Zulu from UKZN Department or Faculty of Sociology and Political Science. There, welcome here today. Thank you very much for coming and assisting the Commission. So I think I can go straight to administering the oath, Professor. Are you willing to take the oath, or do you want to confirm the truth of your evidence?
Yes.
Do you regard the oath as binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please lift your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you very much. Over to the evidence leaders. Sorry, let me just introduce the panel. To you, Professor, on my left is Commissioner Pilile Ntuli, and on my right is Commissioner Chris Nissen, and I am Commissioner Andre Gaum. Thank you very much. Evidence team.
Thank you, Chairperson. Professor Zulu, welcome so much, and thank you so much for being willing to assist us in our investigations. I think it's at times like this when, as a nation and as an institution, we are reckoning and trying to make sense of an event that is so complex and unprecedented in our country that we realize the deep wealth of knowledge and how blessed we are to continue to have a reservoir of knowledge such as yourself, and not just in your posture as a distinguished intellectual, but also in your posture as an elder among us who can guide and share light and bring into view the kind of wisdom that can help us bring such nuance to the surface and bring some light to the truth. So thank you so much. A hearty thank you for making it. You are 8 years old, so we feel even more blessed that you were able to come in person and make time for us. Welcome.
Thank you.
Prof, to the extent that these proceedings, there are members of the public watching, and there may be some who are not familiar perhaps with scholarship and where it fits in larger questions that we are trying to unpack of space and socio-economic situations that may have shaped the unrest. Maybe we can start that you name for the record your name and then your academic designation, and perhaps just a brief overview of your work as a social scientist.
My name is Paulus Zulu. I work at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. I'm director of a center called the Morris Webb Race Relations Unit, which is a research center that carries out research in a number of disciplines: politics, sociology, economics, health, governance, etc., etc. I have been head of the unit for almost 35 years. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Prof. Perhaps, Prof, a lot of people know, why we need police officers to investigate, why we need lawyers to ask important questions that gets to facts and so forth. But I was hoping that perhaps in your own words, you could speak to the importance of research, academic scholarship, of careful thinking about issues and language and sociology in unpacking situations such as the unrest in our country. Why is scholarship important, and what does it bring that other perhaps discipline like law may not be equipped to bring into view?
Well, in the first instance, it has to be data-driven. In other words, there has to be empirical evidence demonstrating the existence of certain theoretical underpinnings. In the main, the paradigm that I operate from entails looking into data and interpreting that data or generating theory at times out of the data or interpreting the data in line with some theoretical underpinnings. The paradigm makes certain assumptions about the world, and one such basic assumption is the orderliness of the universe, so that experience and observation have to explain the happenings of phenomena within a particular order that is assumed. In other words, natural law will assume that all people walk forward. I mean, nobody walks backward. And should in the phenomena that's being observed, something happens to contradict this. In short, literally, we deal with issues of fact and facticity. When is a fact a fact? Based on evidence. That's the paradigm that I would say one operates from.
Thank you, Prof. And perhaps it is better that we go to the heart of the matter and not, and not go about it the slow way. Is it possible, Prof, that you could maybe give us your analysis of the unrest, and perhaps out of that response, in addition to questions we've already prepared, we can draw out some themes and some complex points that we particularly would like some insight on?
Yeah. The first point is that the unrest was organized or should have been organized. This is from observation of how the facts unfolded. The communication of the message was largely through social media. The crowds happened to go into areas that were already prepared for them. What do I mean by prepared? Someone would have gone ahead, opened the venues into which the crowds looted, in other words, the shops, the factories in some instances, largely the warehouses. So the most affected areas were the malls, the shopping malls, followed by the warehouses, and to a less extent, the factories. The assumption made through observation is that the ordinary rank and file did not have the equipment to break into the places that were looted. There are reports that some people went into the areas or into the scenes of the looting, that they were armed with tools such as grinders and crowbars, and indeed there was evidence that the break-in had been through such tools. Taking that into account, looking into the crowd would be probably looking at the end point of the happenings. The crowd went because there was an opportunity. And the crowd probably was divided into 3 segments or cohorts. Cohort number one would have been the people that live from hand to mouth, who probably do not even have pantries to store any food. The type that wakes in the morning to go and buy bread in order to have breakfast. And they just collected enough to feed themselves for a number of days, a few days. The second cohort would have been those people who wanted to better what they had, also not very wealthy, and they also collected mostly the items, edible items, and a few long-lasting items, probably such as ions, electric ions, or whatever would have been needed for the household. And the third cohort even owned vehicles, and they went and collected some of the hardware and the long-lasting wear, whether to keep in their houses or for sale, one wouldn't have known. In short, the organizers had known that if they provided these avenues, there would have been natural looting. That's probably the empirical explanation of what happened during the looting. Yeah, in short, that's that.
And Prof, what was, in your view, a noteworthy observation that we should pay closer attention to? If there's a couple, that's fine, but what really stands out when you have this bird's eye view empirical analysis?
Right. The most noteworthy observation to make is that the expertise with which the entire event was carried out must have originated much deeper and much higher. This is particularly so in that it coincided with the imprisonment of the former president, and there had been threats of making the country ungovernable. To me, it was an expression of ungovernability at its best. The president described it as an insurrection, and probably it was. The next question that we as social scientists want to ask is, what are the roots of the insurrection? To say that they originate in the factionalism within the ruling party is partially a statement, but to us there is a deeper statement. Who were the main or the principal originators, or does it fulfill a long desired objective with regard to how this country should be run? The factionalism in the ruling party, to us as social scientists, only reflects the political entrepreneurship of individuals in the ruling party. And we think that there must be something, a greater force that is exploiting the political entrepreneurship. And it is this force that we are trying to fathom, if I were to put it in that way. There are, of course, the entire socio-political climate in the country is to a certain extent ready for such happenings to occur. We have reached a position of near anarchy and anomie in the social system in South Africa. A very ineffective, disjointed government at the center, a moral system that has decayed almost to the bottom, and a social system that has been polluted over decades in this country. The distrust, we have not been able to create a South African nation, ideologically and materially as well. So all these ingredients have made it possible for a situation of this nature to arise. That's my social analysis of the, I could go on into each segment in detail and say, this happened, within this segment, this happened because of A, B, C, and D, et cetera, et cetera.
I think we will get to that. We do have some thematic issues that we would like to zoom on. Okay. So I think Prof might be called upon to do so. But Prof, in making sense of the unrest, which is part of our investigation, are we conceptually correct to refer to it as unprecedented? Or is this, because we were speaking about this already pre-existing conditions that make us ripe for such events? Is there something unique about the unrest from a sociological analysis, or does it follow? Is it part of the pattern of all of these events that have transpired in our country?
Probably the magnitude is unprecedented. The organization is also unprecedented. The target, to a certain extent, is unprecedented.
And how would we break that down? In what sense those three factors? So I think you've spoken to the organizational aspect of it, but who would we point to as the target, for instance?
Well, South African protest behavior has always been famous for the disorder that it invokes or brings about. Even an ordinary protest, labor protest, at times ends up with broken windows and property. To a certain extent, there's an amount of burning. But it has never been on a scale as large as this one. In other words, the organizers of the event utilized, to a certain extent, well-known strategies or anticipated certain things to happen. And I think, to a great extent, mob psychology also kicked in, but that could have been predictable, having known that most of the unrest in South Africa entails mob psychology that functions in a particular direction. This was relatively easy to exploit.
And Prof, there's all these dimensions. There's the human impact, as you've spoken about the magnitude of its consequences of the unrest. There's the economic and infrastructural damage. There's also a lot of questions still unanswered about the figures behind the unrest at a higher level that you spoke with in terms of organizing. In trying to unpack all of these issues, where should our focus be? Where can we situate ourselves to place us at the, in a perfect view to kind of capture all of that and make sense of it so that the focus isn't only on one aspect?
Well, to a person, probably not far away from the issue, when I say not far away, who reflects on the issue. Number one, the president did intimate that there were about 12 people that they were following, and so did the Minister of Police. But to us, these are intermediaries. They are not the foundational, the crafters, the architects of the thing. And I think taking from the 12 or so intermediaries, I think the commission has to go back to who is behind the 12 intermediaries. Yes, it is useful to count all the economic losses and the et cetera, et cetera. In a sense, they were natural incidentals. If there is destruction, there is going to be an economic loss. But it is not the magnitude of the economic losses that matter in trying to unravel the issue, but rather who are the architects behind this, because they would have known that literally, if they wanted to make the country ungovernable, if they wanted to achieve a bigger purpose of state capture of a different kind from the one that we've been hearing about in the Zondi Commission, then they would have acted the way they did.
Thank you for that, Prof. Is there perhaps in your analysis a connection between the response of the police, the response of intelligence services that ought to have the capacity to deal with such a sudden, spontaneous incident, or such an organized incident, and the instigators themselves, what you are drawing us to? Is there anything to be made of how the police struggled?
There are a number of anecdotal incidents. On television, the police were not seen to be acting. Personally, I took a drive with a friend. I live in Kloof, and we drove around Pinetown. At the Sanlam Center, there were cars parked with a lot of loot, visibly. Some were vans, some were passenger cars, visibly parked with loot. There were definitely over 100 such cars. The entire parking lot was full. The road leading from the Sanlam Center onto the main, at the intersection of the road from the Sanlam Center and the main road in Pinetown, there was a policeman in uniform who was directing the traffic. I mean, with looted goods that I saw personally. I'm not talking from hearsay. In a sense, I do not know whether the primacy of duty of a police officer is to control traffic or to arrest offenders. I don't know. But this did happen. There are also anecdotal episodes of policemen claiming that they were told to be on leave. In the final analysis, the police were either overpowered or outnumbered. I think outnumbered should be the more appropriate word than overpowered. Outnumbered or did not want to act. Secondly, it is also surprising that the sequence of the episodes took the shape it did. There was first the burning of trucks at the Moy River Plaza or along the N3. And the security apparatus of the state seem not to have anticipated that such behavior might escalate. And they themselves admit that they did not have sufficient intelligence, or that intelligence did not anticipate this to happen. That's where the factionalism in the ruling party, and by extension in government, comes in. Yeah.
Thank you, Prof. Just to pick up on one of the themes, when the police officer is directing the traffic of the persons carrying goods. Now, there are socioeconomic situations. We've heard from multiple witnesses around those as possible causes or as contributing factors to the otherwise what you are insisting is highly organized sequence. Is a criminalistic framework sufficient to make sense of people who took property? Should we insist on that, or should we, or is there work to be done to think about what it means to, to take things from a mall under conditions in which socioeconomically they may be justified, but then at a criminal definition amount to theft?
When you say a criminalistic framework, are you saying that the society has a criminalistic mindset?
No, I'm saying the people who, when we look at people taking stuff from malls, our go-to is to say it's criminal conduct and the police should arrest them. So I'm concerned about whether that's not just an ordinary incident of crime. It was happening alongside all other complex issues, such as people were hungry, people were suffering from the pandemic, some, as you said, had mob mentality.
No. A moral framework, to a certain extent, in that anyone would have known that it is wrong to loot. But put that aside. The poverty theory is also partially there, but not a sufficient condition for that to happen. I think that there is unemployment, that people are poor, only makes them recruitable. It makes them available. I think the framework we have to look into is, from the point of view of the organizers, it could be predictable that if you broke through the shops and made them open, and people knew that ware or goods were available, they would flock there. At times even independent of their economic status, definitely to a certain degree dependent on their moral outlook. I mean, a number of people didn't go and loot. I didn't go and loot, not because I had a lot, but because it's just wrong to loot. But that's a moral framework.
And so, Prof, I want to move on to other aspects, particularly the issue of race, which has been one of the recurring themes, particularly in the testimonies that we heard from survivors from specific areas here in KZN. If we zoom to Phoenix in particular, does Prof have an analysis of particularly the events as they relate to that location?
Yeah, I think for purposes of this analysis, Phoenix is conveniently located. And what happened in Phoenix could have happened anywhere else, provided the location and the conditions were what they are. What do I mean? Phoenix is juxtaposed to a few warehouses, and to a certain extent, I think there are a few factories. I'm not very certain of this one, but literally there's a lot of warehousing around Phoenix. That's number one. Number two, it's adjacent to KwaMashu, Inanda. Number three, I think also it could be a thoroughfare from Durban to places like Verulam with the surrounding townships. If, as it happened, a majority of the looters were indigenous Africans, and Phoenix is an Indian predominantly an Indian settlement, there are also Africans, very few of them in Phoenix. And the spillover of looters from the warehouses and the other businesses around Phoenix into Phoenix would have been sufficient cause for a racial conflagration. Empirically, and when we went to Phoenix, we did hear this, and my son was in the group of the African Review panel that came to Durban. Some of the small businesses in Phoenix belonging to Indians were affected. Given our failure at social cohesion in South Africa, I mean, South Africa doesn't have a nation. That's a given. We have segments and we have a state. South Africa is a state and not a nation. I can go at length to explain what I mean. So within the South African state, the various races are not necessarily cohesive. And there is a history to that. And therefore, Phoenix falls into this category of typologies. The anecdotal mentions also of the security companies that were in Phoenix at the time, although they deny that they operate in Phoenix, and they do not necessarily have a very good record of human rights. And if I go back to my original premise that the whole incident would have been orchestrated or originated from some deeper forces, then one could even say, what about agents de provocateurs exacerbating things or fanning the fires in Phoenix of a racial nature? I mean, if the original intention was to render the country ungovernable, a racial conflagration is an aspect of ungovernability.
And Prof, how does one intervene in that? How does one ensure, what does an institution have to build to ensure that the pre-existing racial conflicts are not eligible to be used by these high organizers? What would need to happen at the level of perhaps social cohesion, as you have said, or of repairing relationship between different racial groups so that they're not eligible for these kind of...
Race is just a factor. The economy is another factor. I mean, why tackle race and not tackle the economy? I'm not saying there should be no, I'm saying focusing on race alone as a mechanism of social cohesion would probably not necessarily be counterproductive, but would not serve a much greater purpose. There are issues of poverty and inequalities, which are not necessarily racial, but could have a racial origin in the beginning. I do not know how far one stretches the issue and say, because post-apartheid is only 27 or 28 years old. Therefore, the remnants of apartheid are still with us. But I am saying we have not done enough as a country to ensure that those factors which create a divisive society are attended to sufficiently. And among them, there is race, there is the economy, there is the whole social fabric. I mean, South African welfare, or well-being, not welfare, South African well-being has been highly privatized. You can buy a good school. In other words, you can send your child to a good school, go to a better hospital, get into better restaurants, etc., because you are capable, live in a better suburb, etc. Now, all this needs to be corrected if at all we are going to create social cohesion. In other words, build a South African nation. The nation is either split on racial grounds or split on economic means. The gentleman who sat before me here came from Abahlali baseMjondolo. And if you look at the shacks, 28 years into democracy, you feel like weeping as a South African. But not only at the shacks. If you look at the roads, even in town now, Durban is becoming a slum. And it's meant to be a city. So we have an effective political system or an effective government system that needs to be revamped if South Africa is to be a nation at all. And particularly it has to be revamped morally and ethically. You can see what's happening in the formation of the coalitions now, coalitions now, following the elections of the 1st of November. Again, the moral aspect seems to be completely lacking. So I'm not sure if, seriously, it's another thing trying to understand what you are doing now, the unpacking the July thing. It's another thing trying to create social cohesion in the country. There are two different projects altogether. They are so different.
Part of our project, Prof, will be to try and stitch them together if possible, to establish some connective tissue between those two aspects, precisely because in coming to the truth and unpacking what was behind the unrest, it can be followed by recommendations and directives, not just those aimed at state apparatuses, but also those that directly aimed at communities and in an attempt to prevent it from happening again. And
Well, I don't know. You can deal with the looting or the unrest in the context of a dysfunctional state. That's a different issue, putting a report like that. But if you are going to be trying to arrive at the recommendations, then you'd have to have two recommendations, one dealing with the dysfunctional state and the other one dealing with the unrest per se. Because as I say, to me, we still have to understand and discover who the architects of the actual architects of the unrest were. And they might even date back to 1994. It's not impossible, it's not improbable that the configuration of forces, of the architectural forces, could date back to 1994 or pre-1994. I wouldn't be surprised. If you read Mark Ellis's book on the ANC, it's called The External Mission, seeds of the factionalism in the ANC start from there, leading up to now.
And Prof, could you you mentioned this African Review panel. Can Prof just give us more information on perhaps what the aim of the panel was and the work undertaken?
The African Review panel, I think, came to try and understand why the unrest took place in the first instance and the manifestations. As far as I know, they spent 3 days. I was there on the first day and give a little bit of a pep talk on what I understood to be the causes of the unrest. My son, who is a chartered accountant, led a group from the Zubera Institute that literally accommodated the review panel. And they then the following day went to Phoenix. I didn't go because I had a lecture. And they recount coming into a school with predominantly Indian, officially Indian, but predominantly African in human resources. There were about 4 or 5 African teachers in a cohort of about 20-odd teachers. The students were 90% or so African and about 10% Indians. And they surmised that the 10% Indians would have been those Indians who could not go to better schools. And the Africans came mainly from the surrounding areas of KwaMashu and Inanda. That the African children were no longer eating because they had been told in their homes, and I want to underline, told in their homes, that if they ate, the food would probably be poisoned. They themselves did not think the food could be poisoned because A, they trusted the teachers, but B, the teachers had even tasted the food in front of them to demonstrate that it was not poisoned. And C, they ate because they liked the food and also because they were hungry. That's a factual issue. They interviewed the children, and a little Indian girl of 10 cried because she no longer had friends. Until the looting, her friends were predominantly African girls. They were now shunning away from her, and she cried. Now, this is the human condition. They went into Phoenix itself and came across a plus or minus 65-year-old Indian man who owned a panel beating workshop. All the cars had been burned by the looters. And at the end of his account, he wept And as he was crying, his sons came, and the members of the review panel say if they had not officially been known to be members of the review panel, the sons, in anger, would probably have molested them. Now, this is the extent to which the damage materially and ideologically in Phoenix had happened as a result of the looting. So I interpret Phoenix in that spirit, that given the mistrust and the empirical happening of Africans being the looters, that had created or criminalized any African that went into Phoenix. I personally also drove into Musgrave, and we came across a blockade. The community had decided to erect blockades. They were predominantly Indian because I think there is a mosque there. They were honestly very polite. They asked us where we were going to, and we said to a shop in the vicinity because there was a long queue in that shop, and indeed we thought we could be able to buy milk because we didn't have milk, but couldn't because of the crowd. And they let us go without any. So there are stories and stories about this, and depending on how one understands situations of this nature, I do not think one could say that racial or long-lasting racial animosities caused Phoenix. But in the same breath, one can say that longer-lasting racial mistrust or distrust could easily be aggravated by the material events that took place in Phoenix.
Thank you, Prof. I wanted to ask about your estimations. You spoke of the deeper forces and the fact that the unrest occurs within a larger context of a broken state that can't even be called a nation. In your estimation, are we likely to experience a similar event of this nature?
Difficult to tell from the sequel to or of June 2021. I hear that in some areas, let me just be specific and narrative. A young lady who looks after my daughter's daughter, my granddaughter, comes from Claremont. And she says that when there was a certain Monday when social media, or when there were circulations of stories in the social media, that a revisit of July 2021 was to take place. And she says the community in Claremont mobilized and said, listen, we suffered enough from what the looting of 2021. Because following July 2021, there were throngs and throngs of people trying to get bread or whatever, milk and the other things from the shops that were saved from the looting. Kloof was one such place that had very, very long queues because it had not been affected. And the people of Claremont, or of the section where this lady came from, were wise enough to know that they suffered more from the looting than gained. So if one were to extrapolate this into the rest of the province, probably a repeat of this nature is not very likely to succeed. The second reason why I think it will be difficult to reorganize the same is because even before the looting concluded in KwaZulu-Natal, already formations in places such as Umzimkhulu, Ulundi, and certain other places had started to say, no, you are not going to loot here. I do not know the extent to which people learned a lesson, but I think they learned enough not to be so easily wooed into another spree as happened in July 2021. That's my guesstimate. I might not be very correct. But having said that, there is definitely a new normativity in South Africa, a normativity of anarchy, absence of any moral restraint in dealing with public issues. At least we are a nation without a vision, or a state without a vision, and that, to a certain extent, brings fears to me. We have not yet learned from a moral decay in government that such a decay can cause a decay in society, a decay that is likely to bring us into lawlessness. The rule of law doesn't operate in South Africa. And I'll expand why I say it doesn't operate. I cannot understand how democratically we elect a government that in turn puts into motion instruments of the law, such as law courts, the prosecution, the police, etc. And when people flout the very laws that we have created, and our democratically functioning systems call them to book, we then organize to go and protect and protest or offer support to alleged culprits who have wronged us. To me, that's an antithesis of a democracy. And the aim of such organization is to intimidate the very legal system that we have democratically set. We are a confused nation, to tell you the truth. I can't understand why there are crowds supporting politicians who are allegedly have looted our state and therefore our taxpayers' money, and we taxpayers rally behind them to offer them support. A country like that sends a message enough that we do not know where we are. And if we do not know where we are, and we have no vision of who we are, then anything is possible.
Prof, I just have two more questions before I hand over to my colleagues and before we also allow the panel. I suspect everyone will have their own questions that they would want from you. On the aspect of the moral decay, a lot was made even by the president about communities that came together either to protect infrastructure, and even leading in the aftermath of the unrest, there were communities that provided food and packages and so forth, and the violence broke out a lot in Job, in Gauteng province and KZN, but in other provinces there were already refusals and an attempt to prevent the same basically being copy and pasted to other provinces. Are those pockets of are those pockets of hope against what the moral decay that you have described? Can we look to them as sources for something other than the decay that you are pointing to?
Well, the unfortunate thing about human nature is that the power to do things is always in the hands of groups that are organized. You have a lot of good people in South Africa, but they are unorganized. And therefore they become invisible. And the visible forces become the organized forces. There is no doubt that the majority of South Africans are law-abiding citizens who would probably suffer their lot quietly and do things the right way. But generally organized groupings, and particularly organized sinister groupings, gain social and practical visibility.
And Prof, you spoke of lawlessness as part of the feature of the analysis you gave us. And you also mentioned insurrection earlier and alluded to the 12 persons who seem to have been in control of the organized aspect of the unrest. Now, we've heard from multiple state actors, including the prosecuting arm, which told us that nobody in the country is really facing any charges of treason or violence against the state or anything that would be in the ballpark of overthrowing the state. In your analysis, in your global analysis, do you think there should be, given the information we have, that there should be a culmination of prosecution at the level of treason or insurrection, as the president termed it?
I'm not sure if against the so-called 12 or 13 or whatever, but I think somewhere deeper, such a possibility exists. I maintain that the 12 or so were intermediaries, but I do not know, but infer that behind the intermediaries lies the architects. And an inference, of course, is made from certain observations. That's why I use the word infer.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Prof. I'm going to hand over.
Just that maybe this is an opportune moment. There are some of the people in the room that might be in need of a comfort break, so I'm just going to give until 1:45 for that. So we just stand down for comfort break until 1:45. 1:45. Okay?
Yeah, that's about 5, 6, 7 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Thank you.
Yeah. Prof, we're just going to take a comfort break and then I'll hand over to my colleague to just do the last leg of the questioning. Thank you, Prof.
Good.
much. Let's continue. We're a bit pressed for time. Just to remind you, you're still under oath, Professor. Thank you very much. Lloyd?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Professor Zulu, thank you very much. I've just got one question, and it's a follow-up from what you said earlier. You gave a very interesting example of your observations in Pinetown, and I assume that this was at the height of the unrest. My question to you really is just to request your perspective, because I think you gave some interesting anecdotal and some examples of what you sort of deduced from what was going on, and my colleague was also, wanting to really understand some aspects. I'm particularly interested in the role of the police. Now, part of what the commission has to look at, or this hearing has to look at as well, is the causes of the apparent lapses in law enforcement by the state security agencies, particularly the South African Police Services. Now, perhaps from your perspective, because I think from a legal perspective, it's quite easy to say if the police don't come or they're not visible, it could even gravitate and be seen as an act of omission, because you would expect police to come, and if criminality is happening or people need to be protected, etc., you expect the police to come. Now, what you saw there in Pinetown, and I think you even mentioned that cars were parked with loot visible, but then very close by at an intersection you saw the police. What is your perspective of that, from your, whether it's a sociological perspective or otherwise? But I just would like, I'm interested for you to unpack that a bit. Thank you.
Yeah, not only was there a policeman directing the traffic in the face of hundreds of cars parked with the loot, there was also a police van parked not very far in the vicinity with about 3 or 4 police persons inside the van, also watching the loot. There are a number of theories. One theory says that the police force is also split in two following the factions in the ANC. And that is the reason they were rendered dysfunctional during the loot, because they were not speaking, or they were not singing to the same baton, put it that way. If one observes what happened, that theory gains traction. Yeah. The second theory would probably be that anyway, the event was beyond them. But then that theory gets negated by the arrival of the army, because immediately the army arrived, things normalized. I think one would have to look into these two contending theories to try and find out what the whole issue was. Yeah.
No, thank you very much, Prof. I know I said I've just got one question, but I've got another pressing final question. What would be your view, Prof, on what you think could be done to quell racial tensions? And this is just not specific to what happened in Phoenix or Pietermaritzburg or elsewhere, but generally. I mean, you could also, if you like, you may want to, reference that, but I'm just interested, or we are interested also to know from you what you think could be done going forward.
The starting point is literally proper civic education. We should even start in the schools. But in the long run, that should be followed by some practical steps to integrate South African society. And one of the first steps in the practical integration is the removal of racial inequalities in the areas where they are removable. Let me go deeper. I had a long talk with a group of indigenous. I want to use the term indigenous now instead of African, because everybody in South Africa would be an African in the true sense of the word. I had a group discussion with a group of indigenous accountants who recounted a number of issues which point to monopolization of spaces, particularly economic spaces, by certain groups. They said to me, the province called us a few weeks ago to complain that the municipalities that we were helping financially or that we were rendering services in had all functioned very badly, performed very badly, to the extent that they had negative reports from the Auditor General. And one of them, they called, for lack of a better word, black accountants. And one of them said, but all the municipalities that have malperformed or misperformed are not serviced by us. But for, again, lack of a better word, they are serviced by accountants of Indian extraction. Why don't you just mention the municipalities that failed? Because we know them. And this group of accountants anyway went on to say that if you look at, or if you examine the percentage of government tenders that go into accountants of Indian extraction, of white extraction, your Deloitte and Tuch, and et cetera, the percentages are astronomical. Now, those are visible areas of inequalities that still exist in South African society. And they went on to say anyway, the owners of the means of production also determine the treatment that the public gets. And they gave an example. Because most service stations are owned by other than indigenous people, it becomes very difficult to service your car and get a car as a replacement if you are of indigenous extraction, and very easy if you are otherwise. Now, these are the visible, easy area. They are the low-hanging fruit, put it in that way, that could be rectified with immediate effect, besides education. What we always call social cohesion in South Africa, I don't know. Honestly, at times I laugh when I think about the South African government. I once said something that people laughed at and said, if you want to solve a problem in South Africa, do it the government's way or do it the ruling party way. And they say, how do you do it? Invent a slogan, print a T-shirt, call a rally. I repeat, invent a slogan, print a T-shirt, call a rally. When we talk about social occasion or cohesion, we then have a day which we call the national or the cultural day, and everybody wears their cultural costumes, and we think that we're creating social cohesion in the country, and you will laugh at it. But this is, until we get a serious government, we're not going to progress further in South Africa. And I'm serious about it. You need a government with a vision of a new society or of a proper society. And the vision has to be followed by a strategy of creating that new society. And the strategy has to manifest in daily performances or tactics of putting the strategy into fruition. Unless you have that, then we're not going to go very far. And that's lacking. It's absent.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Yeah.
You've even answered other questions that I didn't have, but as you were unpacking, I had those questions and they were answered. Thank you very much. Chair, I'm done.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Tuli.
Makeba. Ninjani baba?
No, I'm not a Mageba.
Are you not a Makeba?
No, nguKhalimesh.
Ukhalimeshe.
Ngilibhaca.
Oh, bengithi
Yeah.
uZulu.
NguZulu.
Kodwa hayi uMakeba.
NgowakwaMadzikane, uZulu wakwamadzikane. OMageba abafowethu.
Aha, siyabonga Madzikane.
Exactly. Khalimesh.
Ninjani baba?
Sikhona kakhulu.
Thank you so much for the wisdom you've shared with us this morning. We truly, truly appreciate it. Prof, I have one question to engage you on, and this speaks to umkhondo that you have tried to point us to. There's a term that magicians use called a sleight of hand. While they make you look this way, and while you look this way, the trick is happening on the other side. And you have tried to speak to that in the way that you have assisted us in pointing to the origin of this unrest. You have also assisted us to look beyond just the now and even to the post-94 era. Could I ask you to perhaps elaborate a little bit on that and help us further to think whether this can be confined to the borders of South Africa, or if we should even think outside of the borders of South Africa? And further to that, this has happened within a context of global social reconfiguration, due mainly to the health crisis, but also then the related crises, such as the health and economic crisis that is happening at the global scale. So this cannot be read outside of those configurations. Could you, in your own wisdom, assist us in pulling these together to think further about what this moment really means? Thank you.
Number one, I would rule out international global forces, not because I don't think they operate, but I think if it would make the inquiry by anybody almost unmanageable. I always, as a social scientist, work from a fixed or a manageable hypothesis. I can't say everything is related to everything. Once I said that, then I would not be able to carry out the experiment at all. So number one, I would not relate this episode to global economic forces, although they might have an effect or some contribution, I don't know. I think I would look within the borders, number one. I would confine my search within the borders. I would then, working from the thesis of the factionalism in the ANC, and then say to myself, surely it could not have come from faction A, because faction A is the faction to which the action was directed, so it would not have acted to harm itself. Going into faction B, I would then say, right, who does faction B relate to? Historically, what are the relationships between faction B and the most likely forces of destabilization historically? That would be my starting point. to find out if there were any linkages between that. I do not find the surface characters or the characters on the surface in Faction B capable of managing the chaos the way it was managed. I would then look into their relatives, if there are any, or who they were likely to relate to. I am not a conspiracy theorist in my scientific inquiries. If ever there is a theory that I do not want to work on, is the conspiracy theory. But I think in this case, greater forces conspired to bring about the demise of July 2021. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Prof. I only had one question, but I may perhaps ask, could you speak to this last point you are making, the greater forces? And that would just be my last question.
Yeah, if you look from 1994, what the various configurations were with regard to the intentions or the desire to make South Africa a one nation. What were those configurations? How were the forces configured then? What is the possibility of some of the forces that were intending events to unfold other than they unfolded, and they still continue operating? Let's just ask one simple question. Why is the police force still behaving the way it behaves? Is it an inherited culture, or are there still forces that perpetuate that culture because they have an interest in that culture perpetuated? I don't know, but I think we need to ask these questions. And I think if we had sufficient capacity to investigate things seriously, why was the intelligence of the country incapable of diagnosing the situation, or if it did diagnose the situation, decide not to convey what the situation was? Or there is a claim that the intelligence forces of this country have been working to maintain certain personalities in power rather than work for the interests of the country. And there is no better demonstration effect of their ineffectuality than what happened in July 2021. The forces that they've been working for and probably still work for, who are they connected to? That's my big question. Yes, in an effort to preserve themselves, they also need forces better or more powerful than they are, or more capable than they are. And who are these forces?
Thank you very much, Prof. You've been very helpful. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Professor. The lawlessness, the dysfunctionality, we spoke about it in the context of what happened in the unrest. And that's just the tip of the iceberg, because if you go through the country and you see, and I spoke to you earlier about, whether it's that stealing electricity, stealing water, all of those things, we've got a dysfunctional railways, all of that. And if we now want to, can democracy be sustained under this dysfunctional and lawlessness society in which we find ourselves?
No, impossible, because even the resources of democracy are not only being depleted through being squandered and looted. A climate of democracy is also being eroded. Let's just tackle one issue. Around about 1980, South Africa started speaking of privatization, deregulation. In some quarters, this was received with joy because it meant that the spaza shops and the shebeens were going to be legalized and regulated and function as economic units. But in the true sense of the word, it was a ploy to disempower the new state when the Nets discovered that they were going to lose power. So they started that. The result of that has been a plethora of economic units whose termination will affect the economic interests of various forces, put it that way. The restoration of the South African railways to what it was is going to affect a lot of the freight services in the country and the people that own those, et cetera, et cetera. In a sense, cartels have formed, and the cartels are anti-democratic cartels because they are not for the people, but they are for individuals. So if you literally spoke about the viability of democracy, state capture was part of trying to create more cartels by the incumbents now in various state positions, those incumbents who belonged to a particular moral and ideological side of the state, whose ideology was literally not the welfare of South Africa, but the self-enrichment of others. So a climate of self-enrichment was created, not only through the acts of self-enrichment, but through the repurposing of the state to facilitate that type of behavior, of political behavior and governmental behavior.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you.
Professor Zulu, thank you very much. We really appreciate your insights. It was really insightful and thought-provoking, I have to say, and thank you for sharing with us how you interpreted matters concerning the unrest and sharing with us the different theories and why certain theories are more probable than others. We really appreciate it very much, and all the best to you. Thank you for coming, and we will now rise for lunch. I understand that this is the last witness for today. Yeah, some of our other witnesses we had to make other arrangements with them due to various factors. But so we will rise until tomorrow at 9 o'clock, is that correct? And at 9 o'clock, who is our first witness?
National Commissioner virtually, and then right after KZN Commissioner of Police.
Okay. So the National Minister of Police continuing,
Commissioner.
yeah, the National Commissioner of Police continuing with this evidence at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, then followed by the KwaZulu-Natal Commissioner of Police. Thank you very much. We are adjourned.